And ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you from me, Richard Millman, here at the LifeTime Grand Prix $30,000 PSA tournament in Vernon Hills, Illinois. And we have a wonderful series of quarterfinal matches for you this evening. And to begin this first one, I should say to our viewers and fans in Pakistan, Salam Alaikum, as we're about to watch Shah Jahan Khan, and to our Australian fans and anybody from the Antipodes, G'day, as we are going to be watching our number one seed, the fabulous Ryan Cuskelly. Both these guys played yesterday and had some great matches. Shah Jahan Khan came through a really tough five-setter against Juan Camilo Vargas from Colombia. He was 2-1 down and in a little bit of trouble, but won the fourth 11-1, pretty decisive, and then came through 11-7 in the fifth. And Ryan had a fairly pretty plain-sailing match against a young up-and-comer from the Czech Republic, Martin Svek. So, welcome. The other matches that we have this evening, Arturo Salazar from Mexico against number 3 seed Campbell Grayson from New Zealand. Rui Suarez from Portugal against Vikram Malhotra from India. And US champion Chris Hansen against number 2 seed from England, Adrian Waller. So I'll speak a little bit more about those players a little later on, but right now we're going to concentrate on this first match. And as you'll remember if you were watching yesterday, really impressed with Ryan Cuskelly in a number of different ways. And those of you that are watching for him for the first time this tournament, some things to watch out for. First of all, when he is getting ready for his opponent to hit the next shot, you are going to see his heels off the floor, and you're going to see he's really on his toes. You're going to see his orientation is always towards the ball, and he's absolutely hunting like a predator, very light on his feet. With his racket work, what you're going to see is short, sharp, explosive delivery of his shots, and also you're going to see lots and lots of very clever touches. You know, we have a glass sidewall here, which is a difficult thing for players to play on if they haven't dealt with it before, because the depth perception is pretty difficult. And we saw yesterday, and both in practice and in the actual match, that Ryan has this amazing ability to bring the very tip of his racket to clash with the sidewall just at the moment that the ball reaches his racket, and it produces side and top spin, which makes the ball cling to the sidewall. Very advanced skill, so I'd recommend you look out for it. And finally, look out for him choking up his racket at the back of the court. Shah Jahan Khan, very good athlete, very good mobility, classic kind of Pakistan style. The grip's a little more closed than the classic European style, but certainly a good athlete. But he really will be up against a difficult proposition here. Cuskelly is a consummate world top 20 professional. All right, so here we go with the first game. Just while the players are doing their last-minute preparations, I just want to once again thank so much the sponsors of the tournament, Walker Dunlop and the Hussein family, who have made this possible. And of course, kudos to LifeTime and to Andre Maurer and Danielle Maurer, whose leadership has really helped us generate a fantastic series of squash tournaments for a number of years, and seem to be going forwards even stronger. So great for the sport, and delighted that we're able to take advantage of those situations here. So a nice intensity to the beginning of the match. Both players deciding to hit penetrative deep ball with a bit of pace. This is kind of what you might call a softening up period, trying to test each other, tease each other, see who's willing to blink first. And again, we see that lightness of foot with Kaskeli. He's obviously not happy with something. He saw something down. But the referee has decided that nothing was wrong, so he's continuing. We've got a little dress issue here with Shah Jahan. So score is actually 1-love. Score has not come up. So a beautiful straight kill there from Ryan Kaskeli, cutting down on the ball, catching the sidewall nick. So unusual little reverse corner there. I would call this a settling down period. Not too sure what the game plans are going to be. It looks as though Shah Jahan wants to play at a fairly furious pace. Nice movement off the ball by Shah Jahan there. And a beautiful backhand cross-court nick. And what I liked also is he was following it up as he hit it. So if Kaskeli had returned it, he was ready to then compound the attack. If you're just joining me for the first time for this tournament, the way that I try and commentate is as though I was coaching any of the players and looking for ways to improve, but also recognizing real strengths. So I don't mean to sound condescending. These are wonderful squash players, but I always think in terms of what would I do to help them get even better. Little interference there, and Ryan disappointed that there's only a let because he felt as though he was prevented from playing his shot. And we have to watch out for traffic issues. When we're playing at such a high tempo, the movement off the ball has to be simultaneous with the shot. If it's after the shot, then there's going to be traffic issues as one player is late coming out as the other player is trying to come in. That's a couple of times now we've seen Shah Jahan on the backhand side actually turning towards the front wall as he executed the short shot, and that closes the racket face, and as you see, he catches the tin. So loose ball there from Ryan, a little uncharacteristic, perhaps not quite settled yet. There's a pop out, and as I explained yesterday, the pop outs occur when you're late moving off the ball. You could see Ryan was still moving into the ball as he hit it, which pushed it into the sidewall. If he'd moved off, it would have gone straight. Another pop out, so he's got to get those legs working, so he's moving off the ball as he hits the shot here. And I think Shah Jahan has a tactic of trying to rush Ryan here, and I think he certainly had some initial success with this pace, flustering his opponent, not letting him settle. So he's really cutting down the time Ryan has available, and he's getting some missteps and mishits out of Ryan, uncharacteristic. My expectation would be to see Kaskeli really focus on quality and tightness to prevent the opportunity of taking the ball so early. At the moment, it's just a little scrappy. There's a beautiful tight ball down the sidewall. And I would also probably expect him to start changing up the paces a little bit, not this accelerated sort of sprint that we're seeing at the moment. All right. Again, a number of the players tend to rotate forwards as they hit the post, which changes the angle of the racket, and it's much easier to catch the top of the tin when you do that. The players that keep facing the impact point and maintain the clinical angle of contact as they hit the post don't make the errors. Okay, then, you know, we're seeing these little unforced errors, and this is nothing to do with fatigue. This is just a settling down process, and there's a little bit of rushing, and we're not quite in the groove yet. But a little daylight for Shah Jahan Khan. I wasn't expecting it. Now there was a more medium pace ball, and there's another one from Kaskeli. So he's going to start absorbing a little bit of pressure. By absorbing, I mean when Shah Jahan hits a fast ball, Ryan hits a more medium pace ball, which gives him time to get into position. And in the end, if he keeps doing that successfully, Shah Jahan will find that he's on the wrong end of the rally because his acceleration leads to not having enough time because Ryan's taking it so quickly after he's hit it. But by playing his own ball slower, Ryan creates time for himself. Nice little boast. So this is beginning to turn into a bit of an examination. Asking a lot of questions here. Yes, well, there was a little turnaround in tactics. See that nice little fingers and stability there on that drop volley from Kaskeli. But what we saw there is a slight change of tactics and a realization that just playing that fast ball was not suiting his control of the rally. Be interesting to see if Shah Jahan understands how to change his tactics, if he can, to cope with this variation of pace from Kaskeli. See now, that is not a tight ball. It's running away, but because Shah Jahan stayed on the shot, it created conflict, and I have seen referees give strokes for that. Now we're going to see one or two attempts to measure, but wasn't quite on the sidewall enough. But indications that perhaps Kaskeli is going to start really varying the pace a lot more. Close to a stroke, but no racket prep, so wasn't able to take advantage of it. I like Shah Jahan's short backswing forehands. They give no reaction time. There he wasn't stabilized, and he tried to play the shot. You know, I try and teach people foot ball rather than ball foot, and by that I mean get the foot on the floor to stabilize so that you can transfer the weight from the feet into the shot. if your foot's still moving while you're hitting the ball, then you're unstable and your balance is going into the movement and not into the contact with the ball. But credit to Shah Jahan here. He's asked Ryan some questions, and it's got Ryan a little bit out of his comfort zone, and he's really had to have a good think about what he's doing here and redirect his game plan a little bit. But 7-all, come back on terms, and that's, you know, he's trying to still play the fast ball, which he knows flusters Ryan, but he hasn't considered his own movement. It's a shame. Hitting fast without moving is a guaranteed way of getting yourself into trouble. There's that nice slightly off-speed, firm length. Just gives another couple of milliseconds to get set back at the front of the court, ready for the opponent's next shot. But again, here's a good change of direction here, and a little unstable. You could see the right foot of Gus Kelly wobbling as he was trying to make contact. So there's a conflict there between where the energy is going, into standing up or into the ball. 8-all. Very tight first game. Again, there you see that nice short little punch from Shah Jahan. Very effective. Very early going short there. Gus Kelly almost turned him into a counter-attack opportunity for Shah Jahan. Good court coverage. Pop out. So you see, definitely Gus Kelly trying to calm things down so it's not so frenetic and chaotic. He hasn't quite got his range right yet, and there's still opportunity for Shah Jahan to hit his little punchy attacks early in its speed. There's some interesting changes of control in this rally. Good work there by Gus Kelly, just hanging in. Yeah. So, despite the fact that he never really looked comfortable during that rally, perseverance and a belief in himself has come through, and Shah Jahan, who looked in control, ends up on the wrong end of that rally. Experience, mental toughness, desire, all things that the top 20 in the world player has in spades. It's that short arm punch. Watch here, bang. Absolutely no time to respond whatsoever. Okay, we're borrowing a towel from a passerby to dry the court up here. So a game ball to Ryan Gus Kelly, who I think will be very pleased to get off the court if he can. It hasn't been the most comfortable opening game, and he hasn't had it all his way at all. That's going to probably be a stroke. So indeed, first game to Ryan Caskelli. He'll be very happy to have gotten out of there, having won the first game, because it was certainly not the sort of comfort zone he was hoping for. Credit to Shah Jahan is quick, sharp interceptions and attacks, giving Caskelli no time to get comfortable and balanced, and actually creating a little chaos. And it took Caskelli a while to sort of settle down and come up with a suitable game plan. I would expect Caskelli to really refocus on precision and set up to hit accurate balls as a loose ball. I'd also expect him to physically really get up the court and take the ball early so that he takes the control of the court away, even with his varied pace. Shah Jahan, I think, would still be well advised to try and take the pace of the game to Ryan. I'm just not sure whether he's going to be able to do it for long enough to create the sort of chaos that he did from time to time in that first game. But an interesting first game, and by no means the one that I expected. We'll see how things pan out for the second game. I do think that Shah Jahan needs to think about his shot selections in terms of where he's going to leave himself a little bit better. We saw that yesterday with Suarez against Cameron Pilley. Although Rui won, he frequently would play a drop shot after a drop at the front of the court, and that left him in the way of the oncoming player. Beautiful little drop shot there from Ryan. Got himself 90 degrees and really delivered the touch. And already I see him trying to get up this court a little bit earlier. And just a few milliseconds taking the ball earlier is enough to really change the pressure situation, and his opponent can't settle and place the ball with the same directional quality. You can see Caskelli really on his toes now. He's really hunting. You can see those little stutter steps, very lithe on his feet, and he's now very busy. And it isn't the penetrative, hard hitting with breaks between the shots that we saw in the first game. It's early, touch, good volleys, and just taking the oxygen away from his opponent. Shah Jahan was getting time to settle in the first game, and now he's the one being rushed. There you go again, with poor shot selection there by Shah Jahan. He hasn't lost the point, but that is going to turn into traffic if we're not careful, because Caskelli is all over him there. A little bit quick here. Difficult to maintain the quality and the speed when Caskelli is also getting up the court and taking the ball early. Credit to Shah Jahan though, he has managed to get the ball past Caskelli a number of times. Now let's see if he moves off this ball or if he stays. You see, he stays, and that's going to turn into a stroke pretty quickly. if as he played that drop shot, he'd been backing off to put himself into position for the next shot, there would have been a line through, but more importantly, he would have put himself ahead of the play, waiting for Kaskali's shot. If he stands on the shot, he's liable to strokes, and he's not getting into position should Kaskali go through and play. Fortunate call, I think. Oh, a little bit of, antagonism there between the players. I don't like to see that. I don't know what happened between the rallies, but Kaskali throwing the ball fairly firmly at Shah Jahan. Beautiful little drop shot from Shah Jahan. Not sure why he put his hand up there. Maybe he thought Kaskali didn't get the ball back. But sensing a little bit of, angst and irk between these two. I hope they settle down and just focus on the squash. So a little change of tactics here from Shah Jahan. He's still hitting his initial drives, but then he's using the floated ball and drop volleys and drop shots in a way that he wasn't in the first game. So obviously he's thought through a change of tactics. And there's a more medium pace ball. So Kaskali really putting the pedal to the metal there and, holding Shah Jahan's feet to the flames. So just a momentary pause there from Shah Jahan. I don't know if that's indicative of a slight doubt. We'll see. Yeah, nice float there. Change up. It's got to be tight because we've seen that Shah Jahan is... Ooh. So this is a little bit nasty. Obviously something has irritated Ryan Kaskali here, and being the tough professional he is, he's storming through without too much consideration. Now there is a screaming roller nick, but off the tin apparently. I apologise, it's not always easy to see. So Shah Jahan beginning to sort of shoot, as the American terminology is. In other words, trying to play winning shots from situations that aren't the best. And that's a bit of a worry. The referee's called a halt, says the ball wasn't up. But so there's a little lapse here from Shah Jahan, who I'm not sure if he has lost his way after the little altercations and, bad feeling there between the two of them. But the game plan that was working for him was to pressure Kaskali to the back of the court and take the ball early. But now he's playing too many short balls and trying to play attacking winning shots much too early with Kaskali in position, and it's just turning into counter-attack opportunities for Kaskali, who's all over those short balls. Unfortunately, that shot was accurate enough. But again, you saw that he stood on the shot. He didn't move off of it. And if it had been a little bit loose, it could have been a stroke. Sudden change up. So Shah Jahan sort of settling down a little bit and finding his way back to the focus that he had before the strike of his racket by Ryan Cuskelly on the turn. Pretty even rally here. Both players working the ball to the back of the court, occasionally going short, but improvement by Shah Jahan, not trying to play short too early, but then a fantastic boast, weighted boast, just with enough energy to get to the front wall and then die from Cuskelly, giving Shah Jahan absolutely nothing to hit. But pretty brusque, sort of aggressive, competitive attitude here by Cuskelly. Good read there by Cuskelly.
Out of court. And out. 5-8.
Certainly not having it all his own way. He's having to kind of scramble his way through a little bit, which he's more than capable of doing. Shah Jahan, on the other hand, really needs to focus and play quality if he's going to have a chance of staying in this match, because Cuskelly is very powerful, both in terms of his ability to take the ball early, his precision,
5-8.
and his scrambling ability, which of course is a really great asset for a world-class player. Jonah Barrington, one of the great scramblers, could half volley the ball and turn a seeming defensive situation into a very rapid counter-attack. So very busy here, and you can see that Shah Jahan, when he played his lob, stopped to watch.
Or hand out 9-5.
In fact, he got a very comfortable ringside seat as he watched Cuskelly's volley go straight down and dead. You can't be a spectator in this sport.
And out. 6-9.
I'm not sure that Cuskelly will be particularly upset about that, as it's an indication of a little bit of desperation. And
now
immediately
10-6.
Another attempt at a winner.
Game ball.
Unforced error, and that gives a game ball to Cuskelly. So I think Cuskelly has bullied Shah Jahan to the extent that he's got a little capitulation out of him. Not complete, but he's got enough to actually make a difference. And what was a great piece of resistance has very slightly folded here under that duress. Yeah.
11-6.
You see Cuskelly shaking his head. You know, he knows it's not his best performance, but as has often been said by many, many people, a great player wins when he's not playing well, not just when he's playing well. And he's cobbling together a workmanlike performance to get the job done here. Shah Jahan, on the other hand, great start to the first game, but lost his way a little bit of sort of interpersonal antics, and he's just forgotten his game plan And there you see the unforced error, which is really going to encourage the number 1 seed to dominance. Third game coming up. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that if you would like to view some of the live interviews with some of our PSA winners here, go to LifeTime Squash Facebook page, and you'll see some of those great interviews there with Andre Maurer and some of the players. And also, don't forget to send us your questions so that we can ask the players your questions. Great. Here we go. Back to the third game. You begin to fill up the crowd here. You know, some of the sponsors present today. It's great to see them here, seeing the evidence of their generosity, or the results of their generosity, I should say.
Right,
so here we
Kaskelly
go.
leads 2 games to love.
You know, bulldozing his way through somehow or other. And you know, Shah Jahan had lost his way a little bit. He's got to get back on a system, get back on the horse and get his flow back, because he started departing from that game plan and started shooting and taking unnecessary risks. But, all business Kaskelly here. You can see he wants to get on with this.
Thank you.
And it was good sportsmanship there by Shah Jahan, calling a carry, and that's nice to see. Appreciate that. Carry meaning that the ball stayed on his racket and he scooped it to the front wall instead of a single contact.
Stroke and out, 1-all.
Stroke given. Bit of a lucky pop out there. That was supposed to be a straight nick, but you can see he didn't move off the ball quite early enough, and he caught the sidewall, and it turned into an accidental winning shot. So pretty good start here from Shah Jahan. Curse the commentator. Let's watch his racket face close, and that's dragged it down into the tin. Again, his foot wasn't down in order to be able to transfer his weight into that shot. He's doing both the shot and the stability at the same time, and that doesn't work. Beautiful shot.
And now 3-2.
But it's won him 1 point without doing much damage. So I don't think Kaskelly will be particularly worried. He'll be a bit irked, but he'll be back straight to the game plan, getting on top of Shah Jahan, I think. Again, Shah Jahan's gone for that cross-court nick from, you know, a difficult situation. He got it last time, but bit of a risk. He's got Kaskelly on the run here, though. Great little lob there by Kaskelly. Ooh. Now watch Kaskelly open his chest as he hits this, and that closes the racket face over. If he
4-2.
kept facing the impact point and cut it down the line, it would have stayed up. So a little daylight here for Shah Jahan, who's obviously not frightened of carrying
The
the
ball.
game to the number 1 seed
4-2.
here. And I'm not sure that that was really a great let there, because Kaskali had left a loose volley, and Shah Jahan just played a pretty tight ball, so a bit fortunate there, I think. Talking yesterday about, you know, the state of play in pro refereeing these days. You know, a lot of the decisions are penalising players that have played a loose ball, and even though they appear to be able to get to the ball athletically, they don't consider that they have the right to go to it if they've played the previous loose ball. Beautiful shot there, late recovery, see he's still going backwards as the ball is played short. So that's why I say move off as you hit it.
3-4.
Not
And
hit
out
it,
3-4.
hesitate, move back. That then creates a time lapse that you can't keep up with.
And out 3-4.
But, you know, the argument has certainly not been settled yet. And Shah Jahan is in there fighting. Of course, when you're a lower ranked player playing a world-class player, this is what you have to do. You have to send the message to the world-class player
And
that
out
you're not going
5-3.
away. That if they're going to beat you, they're going to have to beat you. You're not going to just lie down and die. Tightness. Quite early to be going short there. Very tight. Nice little hold there. So there's a loose ball half length, which has been penalised by Shah Jahan.
Now 6-3.
So 3-point daylight here for Shah Jahan, and yeah, this is a bit of a scruffy match for Ryan Kaskali. I'm sure when he comes off, he'll be sort of a little bit annoyed with himself.
And out 4-6.
Not sure what Kaskali's saying there. Yeah, well, you know, it's clearly got to be a stroke, and Shah Jahan didn't know where Kaskali was.
Now
And I think the irritation with Ryan here is as much
7-4.
with himself for hitting that loose ball as with Shah Jahan. He's a tough customer, Mr.
7-4.
Kaskali. Seven 4. Nice little lead here for Shah Jahan. Ryan Kaskali having to really think about what he's doing here. Certainly isn't a given. Very short, sharp attacking
And out
angle
5-7.
away from his opponent. So 5-7. Can Shah Jahan stick with the game plan, or is he going to encourage Kaskali by making an unforced error here? Oh, apparently not. The lucky
And
cross-court
out.
nick.
8-5.
Touche.
And out. 6-8.
So,
And out.
you know,
9-6.
interesting situation here. You know, I'm sure Cuskelly inwardly is chastising himself. He knows what he should be doing, but he's finding it really difficult to get the job done in a manner that he's happy with. And meanwhile, Shah Jahan, sticking to his game plan better than he did in the previous game, and you know, quite rightly making good progress. Surprised how often Cuskelly's playing that backhand short that early. I would have thought he'd put more work into Shah Jahan's legs before he chanced his arm going short. I mean, there's no real reason to go short there. He wasn't justified by Shah Jahan being out of position, you know, and Shah Jahan is quick to the front of the court. So, a little impatience, a little scruffiness here from Cuskelly. And game ball to Shah Jahan. Well earned. Again, good movement. And again, good movement. But again, we're seeing that if a lower ranked player won't just roll over and die, it really can be an irritation and problem for the higher ranked player who would really like to just progress through to the next round without actually having to prove what a good player he is.
(11-6).
So all credit to Shah Jahan. He has put it out there and has, instead of rolling over and capitulating, he's sending Cuskelly a message: I am here to play. What are you going to do about it? And the moment Cuskelly, perhaps irked with himself for not playing his best and a little bit irked that Shah Jahan is playing so well, is kind of a bit rough around the edges and it's not all going his way. So he's going to have to dig deep into his considerable resources and come back out and come up with quality, because obviously his 85% is not coping with Shah Jahan's 100%. So let's see what Cuskelly can come up with and whether he can find his 100%. Development here, and the lower ranked player Shah Jahan Khan, the lower ranked player Shah Jahan Khan really setting out his stall and saying, I've come to play. I'm not just going to go away. What are you going to do about it? His game plan of quick fire balls to the back of the court, followed up by some early attacks to the front of the court, but played usually either as counter-attacks or off of high lobs from Koskelly has been really paying off. And Koskelly, on the other hand, not really working his man to the back of the court until he gets the opening. He's trying to foreshorten the rally with a ball played short, and he's getting on the wrong end of those counter-attacks. Now, my expectation is to see a change in tactic from Koskelly, but I can't guarantee that's going to happen. Sometimes a world-class player who is given a problem by a lower player comes unglued. Let's see what happens.
Koskelly leads 2-1. Jan to serve. Love all. Quiet, please.
It's the pop out. I have a feeling it's going to be a let there because I think Shah Jahan managed to get wide. But,
love all.
You know, Ryan's definitely not happy. I think a lot of what's going on here has to do with his dissatisfaction with himself. But I fully expect him to buckle down and sort that out. I'm really liking the sincere and urgent, honest, hard work here by Shah Jahan. You know, he's got the bit between his teeth. He's seeing an opportunity, and he's getting after it. Very early intercept there. And this is what has been working for him when he's done it in this entire match, is the aggressive ball to the back of the court, followed up by another aggressive ball, not giving Koskelly time to settle. That's close to a stroke. So now there's actually nothing wrong with Koskelly doing that if he hits it to the front wall. I guess he's just asking for a let. Sorry, difficult to see from the angle we were at. But again, Shah Jahan just looking a little unsettled for a moment. And last time there was sort of these sort of discussions. He lost the plot for a little while and started attacking short for the wrong reason. I wonder if he's going to remember to stick to his game plan this time. He knows that's down. That's why he hesitated afterwards.
2-love.
So 2-love. Interesting crossroads here. And there's another example of playing short for the wrong reason. You know, Shah Jahan was in a good position. So a little confusion, I think, for Koskelly. He needs to really come up with his game plan and stick to it. Very nice, short, sharp, explosive contact there by Shah Jahan. And again, Koskelly going in short really quite early. It's a lot of ball coming down the middle of the court here.
That ball.
Hope we don't get traffic issues and altercations. Spoil the squash. Beautifully played. And you saw he stabilized and organized, and he was moving off the ball as he hit that volley. Very nice piece of technique. 4-love. Real sort of charging start here from Shah Jahan. He's got a clear picture in his mind of what he's trying to do, and he's executing, and at the moment, Kaskali doesn't really know what to do.
Love.
We know Kaskali is a very, very fit, strong player. So my expectation would be to see him really put one very long, miserably tough rally in, trying to break Shah Jahan's resolve. But at the moment, he's playing the short, sharp balls to the front of the court, which are hardly calculated to have a wearing physical effect on his opponent. No, he's stolen up there really early. That was really good. He was moving up. He could have gone the other way, but he was narrowing down the angles like a really good soccer goalie, cutting off Shah Jahan's opportunities. And therefore, he could intercept early. It's very tight. Did well to keep it out. That's a let.
That ball, 2-5
you know,
from the left.
The histrionics there, sort of almost trying to persuade the referee that he thought it should be a stroke, but it was a simple let. So very early on that ball. That's a completely different situation to playing the drop shot from the mid-court with the opponent in position. So stopped the rot here, Kaskali. And again, he's sort of moved up the court and started volleying a little bit more, putting a little bit more pressure onto Shah Jahan. Instead of trying to play winning shots, he's coming up with a strategy to hurt his opponent. Yes, you see him edging up, looking for that early volley, put the pressure on. Good quality width and length from both players, though. And again, a nice early volley and brings rewards.
4-5.
Just removes the amount of time that Shah Jahan needs to get stable and play an organized shot. So Kaskali needs to stick to this for a while if he's going to break Shah Jahan's resolve. Shah Jahan, on the other hand, needs to really think about what he's doing and not get bulldozed out of the match.
That ball, 4-5.
I'm sensing Kaskali a little bit more engaged in the meat of the matter now. He's kind of got a picture of what he wants to do, and I think he's going to get on with it. I may be wrong, but I think he really wants to get after the business of playing and showing what a great player he is now. Is that short early ball again? Not sure about it. And again. See, I don't like to see that.
Who's that? Henrik? Stroke.
In fairness, Kaskali played his short ball and was late moving. And the combination of that and Shah Jahan being late off his ball as well led to some ugly traffic. But I don't think anybody was particularly in the wrong there. That's a world-class looking shot. But it caught the top of the tin. Very difficult to see, but obviously Shah Jahan knew as soon as he hit it. So there's the unforced error that's the lifeblood of squash to a higher ranked player who's in trouble. So it's getting a little scruffy there, but definitely I feel as though Kaskali is trying to operate a game plan better. Now that's going to be a stroke, I think, because it was just a bad shot selection. He's played it back to himself, and Kaskali's read it immediately.
Stroke.
Yeah, it is a stroke, and you know, the great Jansher Khan was the master of recognizing the consequence of the shot he was playing, and when people started trying to get strokes out of him, he simply didn't put the ball in a place where the stroke could be claimed. And it's a great skill, and it's one that needs to be learned by all competitive players. It's easy to say, understanding the consequences to yourself of the shot you're playing, but sometimes it's so tempting to try and hit the shot purely to have an effect on the opponent that you forget the consequences to yourself. But that's the reverse order. You have to always consider your own survival first, not the damage to the opponent. And as soon as you lose that equation, you're on the wrong end of the game. But here we go, 6-7. I feel as though Kaskali's beginning to motor a little bit more. Still playing that short ball too early, gets himself under pressure. Get in there very early. But yeah, facially he's looking more business, more engaged, like he knows what he's trying to achieve here. Oh, now see how high he is above the ball when he hits this, and he's tried to turn that into a kill rather than a drop, and he's dragged it down. So the reverse of what I said earlier, instead of encouragement for the higher ranked player, the lower ranked player struggling to stay in the match is now being given some psychological encouragement by seeing the higher player take an unnecessary risk. Unforced errors just give your opponent so much encouragement.
8-7.
8-7, Shah Jahan. 3 points from a 2-all to take it to a 5th. That would be a tremendous surprise. Pop out. Oh, what a nick from there.
And out, 8-all.
Not sure if that was exactly in the game plan, but I'm sure Kaskali is happy to take it. Yep, more histrionics. Great athleticism. Great little short shot kill. Important rally. Oh, now that was very close. It was initially looking like it was not going to be a let, and then the squirt out, that makes it look close to a stroke. So I think we've had a let, which is kind of toss the coin and come up in the middle. So kind of a pretty important emotional moment here. Who wants it? How badly do they want it? Can they keep focused on a sensible game plan, or are they going to try and go cheap? Who's going to blink? Oh, I don't think he'll get a let for that because he's hit the loosish ball in the middle, and Kaskelly has done nothing wrong there. He's held his position, which he has to do there. There's nowhere else he can go. And Shah Jahan played a loose ball, and he needed to run round Kaskelly there. So we see here, Kaskelly's right in the middle of the court. He's moved off. You know, there's nowhere else for him to go.
And out, 9-8.
Really don't understand what happened there. That, in my mind, was Kaskelly's point all the way down the line. And somehow or other, he's game ball down. Yeah, not at all sure what happened there.
10-8, game ball.
But it's a game ball to take it to a fifth game for Shah Jahan. And indeed, he does take it to a fifth game. So, two players with very, very different perspectives coming off the court right now. One looking at a golden opportunity, and one looking at a nasty bullet in danger of coming straight at them. I'll leave it to your imagination to decipher who is who.
Is it? Okay.
Shout out to anybody from Madison Squash Works in Wisconsin. Just seen my friend and your owner and protagonist, Damon Bourne, here watching the tournament. I've had the privilege of going to Madison Squash Works, a beautiful little standalone squash club, and I hope any of you that are members are enjoying the club and hopefully enjoying this match.
Fifteen seconds.
So here we go for a fifth and final game. Really everything in the balance. I really didn't expect this at all. More fool me, I may say. Kaskelly, you know, presented with a problem that I don't suppose he anticipated having. But this is the mark of a great player, as I've said earlier. You know, when you're not playing well and things are scrappy, have you got the chutzpah, the wherewithal to find a way to make it through? And then Shah Jahan, kudos to him. What a game plan he's played.
Final game.
And apart from a couple of moments where he lost his way, has really stuck to his game plan and been very, very effective. Taking it early, busy, you know, on Kaskelly's back all the time. So well set up for a tough 5th game. I just hope that it doesn't get ugly, and I don't want to see the physical side of things. Sometimes that's what happens. Both players want it badly enough, and we can end up with some bumping and barging. I just hope that doesn't happen. Hopefully Henrik Mustonen, our referee from Finland, will be able to take charge if that does come along.
Yeah.
I think we may have had a little ankle turn for Shah Jahan, which, if it has happened, it happened in the collision, so it will be a contributed to injury if he's going to take time out, which means that he will be given plenty of time to recover. But I think the referee and Kaskeli are now having a little discussion as to whether it was self-inflicted or contributed to. But Shah Jahan has come back on the court, so it may be that he's not going to need the recovery time, and the discussion will be moot. All right, both players returned. I think it's going to be a let ball, and off we go. Shah Jahan continues to play tight, straight to the back of the court. But this time, Kaskeli equalled it with his own tight and straight. Kaskeli moving about like a cat on his toes. But good attention from Shah Jahan. Oh, very nice little chop there. So that's 2 early attacking short balls. May not seem like a big difference, but by taking it a couple of hundredths a second earlier, you catch your opponent off guard. Okay, so again, for me, that's a let ball. Kaskeli slightly late, and you know, Shah Jahan slightly late. So the compilation of those two, a compounded interference. Both players responsible. Similar to the last game, we see Kaskeli, you know, really eager to try and get onto the ball early and take the game to Shah Jahan. But there's the early short ball. And I'd just like to see him take the ball longer for longer. 2-all. You know, you can see Kaskeli's trying to get himself energized. He knows there's work to be done here, and that he's got to step up and deliver. Just can't seem to resist taking the ball in short in order to try and finish the rally, rather than working his opponent.
3-2.
So unaccustomed to seeing this error rate from Kaskeli, and Shah Jahan, as you might say, keeping his nose clean and kind of just staying in it, and waiting for Kaskeli to give it to him. There's an Aussie boast, very nice shot. Oh, no, that's a good running ball there. I don't think Cuskelly's done anything wrong here. Look at that ball. That's a no-let. Yeah. So again, once again we see where the pro referees and the players would differ there, because the pro referees, I'm fairly confident, would give a no-let there. I don't think Cuskelly did anything wrong. He's hit a running length, and we've ended up replaying a point that maybe shouldn't have been replayed. Okay, well, I'm glad he didn't hit it, because that would have been really upsetting to me, and certainly probably to Cuskelly. But there's a danger that, in getting involved with the referee and the argy-bargy, that Cuskelly's going to lose his game plan here. Now that's got to be a stroke.
3-all.
Yeah. But well, let's hope it doesn't become about the decisions and the traffic. Let's go back to, great early ball placement and delivering game plans. Great ability to straighten the ball at full stretch there, Shah. That was a nice piece of touch from Cuskelly off a very tight ball. Oh, now. Why has he done that? He's been waiting for Cuskelly to give him the point, and now he's given Cuskelly the point. Concentration lapse. Nice attack. So we've got so much impatience going on here by both of these players now. More by Cuskelly, but we saw it demonstrated by Shah Jahan a minute ago. Both players blinking when they should be sticking to the task. Good penetrating length. A good retrieve there. Cuskelly has to watch it on his cross courts because he keeps playing a loose ball on the cross court, especially forehand to forehand. Little patience being displayed here. It's got to be patience but not negative. That's a difficult mix. Oh, that's a carry. That's a carry. Yeah. Yeah, he scooped that up and threw it up on the front wall.
5-4.
You saw Cuskelly going longer a little bit, bit of floating going on, but it mustn't go all slow pace. Otherwise, it's just going to ask for the attacking volley from Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan has got to stick to his game plan. Nice little top and side spin there. Defensive boast, a little risky at that time. Oh, now. This is a bad shot choice. It's too much about what he wanted to do to his opponent. I can't believe that. Well, I know that these are professional players, and refereeing is so much subjective and opinion, but for me, that was a stroke. Okay, again, we've got to really keep directed towards the game plan. Nice attention there by Shah Jahan, hunting Kaskali's next ball. Too many short balls from the back of the court by Kaskali. He's not getting himself in front. That was a nice lob. Ooh. Now Kaskali has the right to take the ball whenever he likes, and he wanted to wait and take it off the back wall, and Shah Jahan unfortunately has completely prevented him from playing his shot. 6-4, Kaskali, little daylight. Very hard won daylight, but daylight nevertheless. And he's played the round the wall ball. Thank goodness he didn't hit him, he would have lost the point. And that's got to be a let. That's got to be a let.
Stroke.
Okay, a little discussion with the referee. And a stroke has been given. When I understand that
7-4 from the right.
You know, didn't play a particularly tight ball, but I felt as though Kaskali was a little late off of his ball at the back, and so I think there was equal blame on the traffic there. But there you go. I think Kaskali was owned a couple, so not that that's the way referees work, but hopefully it's a bit of a swing and roundabout situation. 7-4. Beautiful little touch there. Racket face closing.
And out, 5-7.
Yeah, it's just difficult to keep that ball above the tin when you're under that kind of pressure. 5-7. Honours even largely in this game. A little advantage to Kaskali, who has really stuck to his game plan better than he did in the previous game, where he was playing short every opportunity on the backhand side. Nice half volley there by Shah Jahan, took the pace off the ball. And again, a lot of short stuff. Really good competition for ascendancy with both of these players. You know, nobody is easily gaining ascendancy, and you know, the further up the court that you can get yourself before the other person hits it within reason,
5-7
the
left
earlier you can take the ball. And so they're both vying for that dominance, but nobody's easily getting it, so the competition's still full on here. That's a credit to Shah Jahan for maintaining this persistent barrage of length. 6-7 within one. Very tight, but not long enough. Oh, the Aussie both again, but well seen by Shah Jahan. Very tight. Sensibly going long. Very tight again. Great angles that Shah Jahan's getting here. Was close to a stroke. Nice little boast. Ooh, a little tired movement there by Ryan Koskelly. He got there. But this rally is not going his way at the moment. Oh yeah, that's tiredness. That's tiredness. And you know, that is great play by Shah Jahan. He has really worked Koskelly with that boast a number of times, and then with the straight drop. Oh my goodness. Are they playing a let?
6-7.
Again, in my mind, this is definitely a stroke. Definitely a stroke. He's hit the drop and then moved off directly into the line. Stroke in my mind. So a little extra breath of fresh air for Koskelly there, I think. Great little touch. Oh my goodness. Oh. So, a definite shift in momentum here. A little tiredness, a little rubbery legs. You know, the spring and the step not quite the same for Koskelly. Shah Jahan on the charge. Upset in the making. Let's see. Well, you know, not a good shot selection in some respects there by Shah Jahan.
8-7.
Stroke. The point given to Shah Jahan. Not a stroke. So, real trouble here for Koskelly.
And out, 8-all.
Stroke given. You know, I've spoken earlier about understanding the consequences to yourself of your shot selection, and you can see there that Shah Jahan would have been far better paid here to play the length, but he's actually ended up creating a situation where Koskelly has to go into him. Loose ball, middle of the court, Koskelly. Koskelly hanging on, skin of his teeth here. Oh, it's a great shot. It's too good, much too good.
And out, 9-8.
9-8. 2 points from victory for Shah Jahan. Koskelly's going to need all of his experience here if he's going to stay in this one. Another very tight ball, but equally tight back from Koskelly. Oh, loose ball there, shot to nothing. And a beautiful shot by Shah Jahan. Oh, and you see some physical impairment there. I'm not sure if that's cramp or just, you know, fatigue there, but it's a match ball. Maybe even a little muscle pull there. But Shah Jahan wanting to get on with it, understandably. Now that could be self-inflicted. 3 minutes if so. And it does look as
What's
though
that, 10-8
he's
match
taken
ball?
a self-inflicted timeout.
Yeah, no.
Possibly,
No.
I haven't heard that from the referee, but it could
it
possibly
10-8?
be a 3-minute break. Yeah, so crucial moments, match ball to Shah
Yeah, I'll be
Jahan.
here. I'm not going anywhere.
And Kaskelly, in that last interchange, there was a definite impairment physically, whether it was a muscle pull or a cramp, not sure. Obviously, if it was a cramp, technically, it's, well, actually they're both self-inflicted, but it looks as though we've got a 3-minute injury break for self-inflicted injury. Whether this can be a momentum shift for Kaskelly, I don't know. You can see here as he comes off, there's definitely an issue. Beautiful shot, and as you saw there, Shah Jahan actually moved off, creating a line, forcing Kaskelly to have to go for it. But crucial moments here in the $30,000 LifeTime Grand Prix in Chicago. #1 seed under real threat of going out, and an extraordinary performance by Shah Jahan, who's really, apart from 1 or 2 moments in the match, conducted himself in exemplary fashion, really picked up a great game plan and stuck with it. Crowd obviously really enjoying it. Honours even, and we're just waiting for that last couple of minutes of this game. And in fact, Ryan Kaskelly unable to continue. So game and match to Shah Jahan Khan. Many, many congratulations. He's put the #1 seed out.
93 minutes.
He's 69 in the world, which is his highest ever ranking. And here he is knocking out the #1 seed. It can only help his career. And I think we really were impressed with this young man and how well he conducted himself. Tremendous mental and physical focus. Good technique.
Yeah, well done.
Good movement technique. So exciting to see him move on to the semi-finals tomorrow. All right, we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back for the next match in a few minutes.
Going on now, we're half an hour behind.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's our next match between the great Mexican Arturo Salazar and our number 3 seed, Campbell Grayson. These players have played before, and it has tended to be on the hotter court, Arturo does well, and on the colder court, Campbell does well. So what we're going to see, I think, is very quick athletic movement from Arturo, you know, and if the ball's bouncing around like a Super Bowl, it will favor him. But if Campbell can slow it down and organize the court in a methodical game plan, I think it'll suit him. Now, bearing in mind that I thought that our number 1 seed, Ryan Cuskelly, was going to very quickly beat Shah Jahan Khan, and I may be completely wrong. But that's what I think is going to happen, and we look forward to seeing this next of our 4 quarterfinals this evening. Remembering yesterday, look for Campbell Grayson's wonderful low approach to his drop shots, getting his eyes lined up, and his unusual wrist action on his boast on the backhand side where he drops the wrist, but he has very good control of it. Look for really good variation in pace, and for Salazar, look for that explosive movement around the court and pinging the ball around. He really likes the sort of more chaotic game at rapid speed that suits his movement ability. Let's see how it ensues. Here we go.
Nah, I'm all right. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I'm okay here.
Just a little pause here as the injured Ryan Cuskelly is not available to referee, and so Andre Mauer has stepped in.
That's right. It's all on video now. Right, love all. It's very tight between these 2 guys. Yeah.
Again, we see nice and low Campbell Grayson. Very early take on that ball. A little loose. So nice opening rally.
One love.
Both players showing some restraint and variation in the shot, and both playing some attacking balls as well, until we get a loose ball in the middle of the court and summarily dealt with by Campbell Grayson. There's that lovely wrist of his on the backhand side, very unusual action.
That ball, he would have gotten that. I know it's loose, but it was.
That ball has bounced half court, and Salazar has stood and watched his own shot, so I completely agree with that decision. And by the way, while I'm criticizing the decisions, obviously it is subjective, it's only my opinion, and equally I think the current state of refereeing is about an opinion, and the referees here at the tournament, being players, may have different opinions, and that is one of the grey areas of our sport that we are trying to, as we learn more and more about the sport, tighten up. But remembering that the sport is only 150 years old, we haven't had that much time to sort out philosophies as compared with architecture or medicine or other fields of human study. So we're still a work in process and progress, and we're evolving.
Yeah, they expect it, you know.
So yeah, I'm interested to see Grayson here is measuring his approach balls, trying to develop
3 love.
an opportunity, and then suddenly coming in and stinging when he gets an opening. And if that isn't successful, going back to the methodical medium pace balls to build a position in the rally. Great game plan. Conversely, a little bit of a tentative start here by Salazar. You see his speed there as he came across the court, very, very quick indeed. But I'm not sure that Salazar's as clear in his mind as to his game plan as Grayson is, and he's made a great start. Now that can be an issue for Grayson because he's a big lad and his maneuverability to pick up boasts is suspect. We saw that a little bit yesterday. So if Salazar can use that against him, he may open up the court a little bit more. Lovely weighted volley there, just dying to the back of the court. Campbell Grayson really good at these weighted balls. There's a looser one, and nice wrist snap across the court, severely twisting his body. He was unable to retrieve. Little mishit there. I mean, I think the idea was a good attacking idea, but it's an unforced error. And as we've said earlier, when the higher ranked player gets an unforced error, it's just wind in his sails. Beautiful shot.
Now
just saw Campbell Grayson maybe have a little tweak of his leg there. Hope everything's okay. So far, Salazar sort of struggled to join the battle and hasn't come up with an effective response to Campbell Grayson's steady building. Too early, going short here, and you can see with a player of the speed of
you weren't even
Salazar.
You went that way and then you went that way.
It's really not wise to be playing short when he's ready.
No, I wasn't that poor. No. No, that 3 and out.
Okay, so there's a little discussion going on, and let's see if it affects the continuity of the game plan or takes him out of his stride. So here we go. The question we've got to ask ourselves is, who really wants to play short rallies here? Is it the athletic Mexican or the less mobile New Zealander? That's a very nice ball. Very nice ball.
That ball. 3-7.
Again, for me, I would not give a let there because I feel as though Salazar did nothing wrong. He played a running length. Ball was running away from Campbell Grayson, but again, we see the game limited to a certain extent by opinion. Oh, it's a lovely little snap cross-court nick here. Very sudden. See, he got his foot down, could transfer his weight.
And out,
really well done. A little late to be joining the fray in this first game, however. Beautiful, tight attacking short ball there from Campbell Grayson. Very difficult to do that tight on the sidewall. Running length. You saw him stealing up there really early. So that's tremendous pressure. So that all came from that running backhand volley to the back of the court, and you saw him sneak up 2 extra steps, take the next ball early and the next ball early, and just absolutely asphyxiate Salazar in that rally. Eight, 4. Lovely little volley, and again the running volley to the length.
His shot. Now that 9-4. You were in the way basically when he was hitting that shot.
Yeah, so a little sort of traffic there and a little confusion. And Salazar saying that he hit Grayson with his racket as he played the shot. And so we've got another little quandary. We need to really jump on the guys and say, look,
9-4.
Let's clean it up and let's play the rallies. Otherwise, we're going to be stopping all the time.
9-4.
Nice little cut in there. You see Grayson again absorbing the injections of pace from Salazar, just taking a little pace off the ball, giving himself time to get into position. Not that time, he played short too early, and that's a couple of times we've now seen him underestimate Salazar's speed to the front of the court. Attacking short ball very quickly becomes a counter-attack for your opponent if you choose the wrong moment to do it. Difficult stretch. Explosive forearm, sharp crack to the back of the court, and another one. So obviously this is a powerful aspect of Salazar's game. These sudden explosive
stroke 6-9
cracks around the court that just give no reaction time and are really quite precisely targeted.
I know, but the ball came straight out. I know, the ball came straight out.
That's a stroke all day long.
The ball came straight out. It's easy stroke. 6-9.
6-9. I don't know if it's too little too late, but certainly a slight change in game plan here from Salazar, using the severity of the quick shots and changes of direction to pressurize Grayson, who was having it all his own way while he was keeping that lovely rolling medium pace. Oh, just puts that one down.
7-9.
Lovely wrist action again. Oh, there again you see Salazar's ability to play these explosive balls that just don't give you any reaction time. By the time they get to where they're going, it's already too late. So a little bit of a conundrum here for Campbell Grayson, because he doesn't want to give the opportunity to Salazar to hit those little explosive shots, but he's got to make sure that he gets the ball deep, because when he doesn't play deep at the right time, Salazar's speed puts him under pressure. There's that boast. And we've seen before how much trouble Campbell Grayson has getting up to that. For me, I'd like to see him use his right foot when he's stretching, because as a right-handed player, he can reach further with his right leg. The left leg on the backhand side is fine if you're taking it early to save time, but not when you're trying to use full stretch.
10-9, game ball.
Well, what a comeback here from Arturo Salazar, who was a little bit lost to begin with, but then a few sudden, sharp, short attacks, and the rhythm of the game changed and unsettled Grayson. And there again, Grayson playing short early. Luckily for him, Salazar also played short at the wrong time.
And now 10-all.
And as we said before, the short attacking ball can suddenly become the counter-attack if you're not judicious in when you choose to play it. So honours even, 10-all in this first game. A lot of thought required by both players. One false step, they'll rue the day. Good width and length, hold. But again, couldn't resist the temptation to go short the first
and
time.
out, 11-10, game ball.
So game ball to Arturo. Beautiful width, a little loose. He's so good at that snap when the ball comes off the sidewall. Grayson has to be really careful with that. See, now, I don't think he has the right to ask for a let
It's your
here.
bad shot.
Yes, well
your
said.
Bad shot, Arturo.
Referee said it's your bad shot
And now
that's
11-all.
created that situation.
I am making.
And you can see he's put it in the middle of the court.
I'm looking at
What
the
else
score.
can Campbell Grayson do other than play his shot? 11-all.
Hand out, 11-all. It's no let.
Fully in agreement with that no-let decision. So back to all square again, and you know, interesting little competition between Campbell Grayson keeping it deep for long enough until he gets Salazar out of position, and Salazar using the sharp little balls.
Let ball. Let ball. It's a let ball. Yeah, but there's no way it's a stroke. It's a let ball. I saw it, yeah, it's a let ball.
So traffic
Listen,
issues
I would have
again.
gotten that. It's a let ball.
A little humour from our promoter.
11-all. Let ball.
Not sure that this is a let ball. See how loose that comes out
It's
there?
his forehand. It's his forehand, chapter 3.
But we're getting a little bit scruffy
Let
again.
ball. Huh? Yeah, but you didn't hit him. Jeez, what did they
Arturo
hit today?
Salazar saying, what would have
Huh?
happened if I'd hit it? I would have hit
They
him,
didn't have the Rice
and it would have been
Krispies
a
this morning.
stroke. And I
No
think he has a
cornflakes.
point.
Huh?
But it is, in fact, 11-all. There's a lot of pushing going
Let
around,
ball.
middle of the court.
I saw it, yeah. No, he likes you.
According to the referee, it's because Campbell likes him.
Come on, lads. 11-all.
Well, we've got a traffic issue here, so the players need to solve it, come up with a different system. Unforced.
And out. 12-11.
The game plan philosophy is what's really the key here. And whoever has got what it takes to stick to the guns. Lovely, sharp, explosive shots. Now that's close to a stroke.
12-11.
But where's this ball landed? Half length. How can Grayson hit that?
It's a let ball.
I'm in agreement, but we've got problems here because these guys are not thinking about the consequences to themselves. They're more interested at the moment in what they're trying to do to their opponents.
12-11, game ball.
Very tight, that boast. Good pressure to the back. And again, not sure playing short there is a good move.
The ball.
Interesting piece of ballet by Mr. Salazar. Very tippy toes. Didn't bring his tutu today. Knife edge. Look at that explosive shot again. It's very, very sudden. Difficult to respond. Half length. Good half volley there. So beautiful little shot there. Earned it. Now you see he's got Salazar trapped deep. So more reasonable to play the short
and
ball.
12 all.
But hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the conundrum for both players. Campbell Grayson needs to play the patient, built rally to the back of the court and not play short too early until he's got a clear opening.
And out.
And Salazar needs to use that explosive power, twisting and turning, and look to counterattack the short balls. So it really is a good little competition between two different game plans. Game ball to Grayson. But he knew he'd played loose. He was really panicking a little bit there.
13 all.
Great little competition here.
Yeah.
Mental focus, physical focus, courage, patience. Nice little early volley. That was a desire to win a point
14-13, game ball.
Work the opponent. Now game ball to Salazar. Tight ball from Campbell Grayson. It's that risky short ball that he's got to turn into another length rather than hoping to get a cheap short ball in terms of Grayson. And he's got to get that. Salazar has got to get explosive balls and boasts twisting and turning Grayson to get him out of position to be able to catch him out with the wrong footer. 14 all. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This looks like it might take a while. So back to Salazar with the sharp
15-14
ball.
game ball.
15-14. Campbell Grayson has to dig again. Beautiful tightness, equal tightness. Beautiful off-pace ball, giving himself time, still trying to build his position. Oh, knowing that he can't move, he's gone for the post, but he's gone for it to beat him. He should have followed that ball up and been ready for the next ball. So, impatience, impulsive, both players desperate to find the coup de grace. Beautiful width. Patiently played there by Campbell Grayson. Nice wrist action there. He does that so well. It's so unusual. Not what you would naturally teach. He's developed that for himself. Real ebb and flow to this particular rally. There's the boast to work him. He's played the short ball. And as we've seen so often, it turns into a counter-attack opportunity.
16-15
He's got to find a way when Salazar plays that boast of getting there a little earlier and then floating that ball all the way down the sidewall to die in the back of the court. But here we go, Salazar's game ball again. Will pop out, trouble. Oh, bit of a struggling reach there. And he's played short, trouble. And so nobody really wants to win this game.
16 all.
They really want to just give it to the other guy, but the other guy is unwilling to take it. What generous souls. Now there's a nice raking length volley and another one. Those are the ones that do tremendous damage. And as I said earlier in the game, you know, who does it behoove to stay in the rally for the longest? The mobile player or the
game ball.
less athletic player? 17-16, Campbell Grayson. And immediately when he got an opportunity, Grayson went short. He's lucky to get away with it. Did well. Beautiful touch. He did well to pick that up, but
and out. 17 all.
17 all. So, had I an earphone in Campbell Grayson's ear, I'd be telling him, don't go short first. And equally, Mr. Salazar was receiving my words. I would say,
told he likes you.
Stay sharp. Don't try and fall short in the rallies.
That ball, 17 all.
All. Tightness, nice loft. Off-pace ball, love that ball. Nice cut there, see the cut on the back of the ball. And he's gone short again. And he's on the wrong end of it, but he's rescued himself. Salazar with a little boast to hurt. trouble. Still alive. Salazar attacks. Full
18-17.
of admiration for the
Game
resolve
ball.
of both players. Even though they're finding it difficult to get the thing done, they're unwilling to give it to the other guy. That's beautifully played. You saw him really set himself up well. And from that position where he set it himself up, he could easily have hit the explosive ball to the back of the court. So there was enough doubt that Salazar had to wait. 18-all. Nice cut. Oh, nice hold.
19-18.
Yes, you see that
ball.
lovely slice using the wrist and fingers there from Salazar. He first did it with the backhand, but we saw a very good view of it on the forehand with the wrong footing ball. 19-18, Salazar. And another cut, but it's popped out. Oh, very lucky indeed. Oh, a little attacking boast there from Grayson.
20-18.
Now, question, should that ball have gone long? Well, a wonderful first game. You know, you got your money's worth for 3 games in 1 game. And Salazar coming through, eventually patient enough to hold out until Campbell Grayson went short too early, just that one too many times. What we'll see now, I think, in the second game is whether Grayson can have the patience to go deep and keep going deep with his off-speed ball that frustrates Arturo Salazar, or whether that first game win will give Salazar a free rein to come out and really whip the ball around the court with the suddenness that he enjoys. Back in a moment.
What do you think of that game?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, despite the fact that we played almost 3 games worth of squash in the first game, the players still only got 1 game's worth of rest, and we're straight back in with advantage Arturo Salazar. And by the way, to those watching in Mexico, hola, and those watching in New Zealand, good day. Very sudden explosion, and again, as I've said, when Grayson goes short too early, the speed of Salazar up the court turns into a counter-attack most times, difficult to defend. So somehow or other, Grayson has got to find a way of his off-speed, tight, dying length, wrapping Salazar up in the back of the court and strangling him, stymieing him and preventing these explosive, very short, sharp, twisting, turning shots that he can play with that short preparation. Too much deception. Beautiful little float down the wall there from Salazar. Now a little change up of speed here. In those situations, Grayson has gone short, and there's a nice hold and sudden explosive ball to the back of the court, which doesn't turn into an attacking counter-attack opportunity. Just love that explosive snap that he gets across the court there. You know, he's recruiting the muscles of his core and his legs and transferring through into the racket very, very fast. I mentioned yesterday, if you were listening, that was the mechanics of Bruce Lee, the great Kung Fu exponent. He was able to recruit so much of his potential and transfer it in a very, very short distance. There's the early short ball once again. And you can see Grayson not happy with his choices there. Very different start to the second game to the first, where Salazar looked a little out of sorts, wasn't too sure what he was going to do. Great speed there. Great speed there. And notice Campbell Grayson really staying up the court. You know, those people that think you're supposed to get back to the tee, no, you're not. You're supposed to get into position to narrow down the angles of possibility. And that's exactly what Salazar and what Grayson did there. Really, a squash player is like a soccer goalie, except instead of 2 posts, you've got 4 corners to defend, but you've got to just narrow down the angles from wherever the ball is coming from, just the same as you would if a soccer player was attacking your goal. You would narrow down the angles. Little topspin. Now, interesting that time, it was Salazar who played the short ball and created the counter-attack opportunity for Campbell Grayson. Campbell Grayson's first short ball was played less to win and more to hurt. So a little daylight here for Campbell Grayson. Oh, I love that snap. And then the off-speed float down the line on the drop volley. Oh, trouble. Mobility issues. Yeah. You can see when he's twisted and turned like that, it really makes his life hard. There he is stretching on his left leg again. For me, under that sort of pressure, I'd love to see his right leg go in there. These players have done a lot of work already in this match, and we're only 4-5 in the second game. Oh, didn't move off the ball as he hit it. If you watch here, he's still going forwards, and that's why he's pushed it into the sidewall and it's come back down the middle. He needed to get there to leave, not to hit. If he'd been backing off as he'd hit it, it would have straightened and put him in position before the ball got back to his opponent. Good core coverage there from Campbell Grayson. That. I'm not sure if that was good. It was on the wrong end of this rally, though.
7-4.
And you saw there Salazar, as he played the little cross court, instead of keeping the racket face open, he's rolled the racket face over the top. Unforced error at a time when he was in charge. Very tight ball, very well played there by Campbell Grayson with the tip of his racket using his fingertips. See Salazar choking up the grip there to be able to get out of the back corner. Let's see how. Very nicely played, and he moved off the ball, so he was ready for the next shot. So a 4-point lead for Campbell Grayson. Nice off-speed ball there, just giving him a bit of time to get back into the rally. Grayson's ability to get out of trouble is really high class. Oh, I love that setup. Now let's see him get down, eyes down low. And you see he actually hit that drop shot upwards like a mini lob. So the risk of hitting the top of the tin much diminished. Credit to Campbell Grayson for rethinking his game plan and re-energizing his focus here. Risky short ball. So Salazar kind of trying to win a point from the back of the court. Again, a little confused as to why he would do that. He seems to be the stronger athlete. I would have thought that he'd stay in it. Although, looking at him, he's kind of puffing and blowing a little bit, even though he's a high-altitude player and he should be in great shape. Of course, you never know whether a flight or, change jet lag might cause trouble. But great return here after a marathon first game. Campbell Grayson comes back and, re-imprints his game plan, using that medium to off-pace ball to the back of the court that dies and really limits options. And this time you saw that he very rarely tried to play short too early, and he was able to therefore be the dominant force in the counter-attacking game. This little whip across the court, very nice example of creating the opportunity for the counter-attack. So credit. The short balls were not speculative, risky, cheap attempts. They were pretty much all well-reasoned and built. So congrats, Campbell Grayson. Back for the third game in a few moments. So, ladies and gentlemen, a nice change in game plan, very subtle, but Campbell Grayson thinking through what he needed to do there. And Arturo Salazar, on the other hand, looking a little nonplussed, a little lost, maybe kind of lost the plot of what he was trying to do. Let's see what happens.
One game all. Grayson to serve. Love all. One love.
So the error rate creeping up a little bit from Salazar. But already we've seen Campbell Grayson use the quality length to create a loose ball with his opponent at the back of the court. Then he attacked short. Then with the short return from the attack short, he was able to counterattack. So all based on the quality length so far. Tight ball. Does play that straight lob really, really well. Beautifully played here. Look at this rolling neck in the back corner. Yeah.
No, it's the light from the back.
But as much as I've said that I'd like to see him use his right foot under pressure, stretching to the front of the court, you saw there he used his left foot. He was there early, and that does enable you on the backhand side as a righty to take the ball a little earlier. It takes a little less time to get set up. It doesn't give you the full extension of your reach. That's the issue. But a great start for Love, and really, sound method being used here by Campbell Grayson. Nice float. All right, sensible use of the boast, because Salazar knows that Grayson struggles athletically to pick up the boast, but not quality enough to prevent Grayson from taking that next ball early. So 5-love commanding lead. And body language of Salazar looking a little bit sort of uncertain.
6-love.
Lovely little hold. You see that forearm held to the last moment, and balance on the feet, totally poised, able to suddenly transfer that body weight.
7-love.
And so the unforced error rate creeping up and up and up for Salazar. Is almost capitulated here, and I'm not too sure why, because I believe that he's in great shape. I can only think the despondency has come from disappointment in the failure to conduct his game plan. Ooh.
9-love.
There's some confidence there.
I'm gonna get a bagel. Another bagel.
9-love.
11-love. Giving up.
Yes, very despondent.
10-love.
So, unless he's unwell, I really don't like to see players mailing it in because they're disappointed. There's a learning opportunity in every match. It's all about experience. Fighting your way back, even if you're in trouble, benefits you for your next match
11-love.
and the rest of your
Second game,
career.
Campbell Grayson, or
I
third
can't
game.
comment as to what's actually happening there, but it was very sad to see him not giving 100%. It can't benefit him in the end, but I'm sure Campbell Grayson's very grateful. Well, ladies and gentlemen, quite a surprising third game there. You know, professional athlete, really in the end mailing it in, not really competing. You know, obviously on the World Tennis Tour these days, if players are accused of not trying, there can be heavy fines, but you know, we don't have heavy fines in squash because we don't have heavy prize money in squash. But I would like to see Arturo get his morale back and come up with a fighting spirit and a method. Kudos to Campbell Grayson. He really played the off-speed deep balls to get his openings in that third game. But I think there's been such a momentum shift, and there's a real lack of belief now with the Mexican player. Sad to see, because obviously he's got some tremendous abilities, and he's got that sharp stroke.
Let ball. One love. Let ball.
He slightly caught Grayson with his racket. That's why it's a let. Not sufficient to affect the outcome of the shot. Oh, it's a pop out. Did well though. Now those balls in the first game were being converted into counterattacks, but they were being played with a willingness to continue the rally if Campbell Grayson got them back. Now Salazar is just trying to finish the rally. A little flicker of life. Love that cut that he plays from high down low. Very, very tight. There again, there's the left foot at stretch. And I'd like to see him really square up, get 90 degrees to where he wants the ball to go, use the right foot under pressure. That's just me. So
3-2.
Chopping that ball in short, asking questions of Grayson's mobility.
Ball.
Yeah, it's a pity here. I'd like to see this rally continue, but he definitely tripped on his foot, so I understand that.
From the right, sorry, yeah, right. That's what?
So there's a little stall in the Campbell Grayson recovery and dominance of the match. And it'll be interesting to see if he goes back to the off-speed balls to the back of the court and tying Salazar up, or whether Salazar can break out with his explosive play. And the unforced error, going for the cheap winner, didn't work him, trying to finish him. The problem with trying to hit a winning shot is that your mentality is that this is the last shot of the point, therefore I don't need to move into position because I don't expect my opponent to get it back, therefore I don't use my legs. If I don't use my legs, I lose my balance and I make the errors. I put more pressure on my arm. There's a classic example. This is not being played to continue the point. This is being played to finish. If he'd moved off that ball and wanted Grayson to get to that ball, then he would have kept the ball up and Grayson might not have got it. Easier said than done, of course. Beautiful width And a equally fine lob from Salazar on this occasion. Lovely wrist. Off-speed ball from Salazar. A little loose. Oh, I think he should have gone and got that. I do think he should have gone and got that. He's played the loose ball.
From the right.
Yeah. I think my coach would have told me to go and get the ball. Yeah, Salazar's playing a few of these off-speed balls that are giving him time to get into position now. And then stinging it once in a while. It's a good tactic. Oh, once again. Now, he shoveled that up loose. You know, that's trouble.
4-all.
So a couple of slightly weary players looking, you know, to try and consolidate. A little bit upright here. You see the loss of balance as his head went back and his hips went forwards. Got to stay low and lean towards the ball.
5-4.
And that's what happens to us when we're fatigued. We tend to start standing up too much. 5-4.
International here.
I love that ball down the wall. Good retrieve. Oh, little loss of concentration here. He's taken his eye off the ball a little bit early there.
As they say in Italian.
Nice tightness from Salazar. Prompted another lob. Another tight ball. Such a shame because he's formed a bridgehead here. He's, you know, in the ascendancy, and he's just thrown his opportunity away there. Got to stick to the game plan. That's going to be a stroke.
That ball. 5-6. Returning.
Now, the referee has said that that is turning. That is not turning. That is actually the ball popping out has made him turn from the backhand to the forehand. But the official version of turning is where you follow the ball round or let it pass behind you. So Campbell Grayson just threatening to fall back into his earlier habits. But there, that's good. Earlier in the match, he would have tried to play that as the winning straight shot, drop shot, and he's attacked long, and that's got him the point. Pop out. Oh, he knows that that's wrong. You hear him shout, no. That should have gone long again and tied up his opponent at the back of the court. He's really annoyed with himself. So back ahead, the Mexican player. Can he consolidate his lead? So now I do think that's a let. He should have got on and played that because there was enough time before the ball got there that Grayson
We agree on that
cleared. So getting involved in a big discussion with the referee at this point is not helping his game plan.
Still a net ball though. 7-6.
So mental focus required by both players here. Things in the balance. Well retrieved there. Nice float. Trouble. He's done well, he's done well. He's got that lob in there. What tightness again. This is an important rally. There again, the boast really exposing, and he did use his right foot that time, but he's just a little too slow to get there. 8-6, a little daylight. Here's the short ball at the wrong time. That's a stroke.
Stroke.
So
Right
again,
behind
Salazar's hit the ball faster than his own
slowly goes the
ability to
forehand.
recover. If he'd hit that same ball off
And
pace,
out, 7-8.
still to the back of the court, but off pace and a little higher, he would have had more time to be in position before Grayson could intercept. Taking it in early again. That's what got him in trouble in the first game. Very good attack. Ooh, now he's tripped over Salazar's foot.
I haven't even
Now,
said anything. I haven't even said anything.
so there's a bit of desperation there. He was making a fair attempt to get to the ball.
It's no let. It's no way. No. It's no let. It was your
Well,
bad
let's
shot.
see. His shot's right in the middle of the court, and it's a good call by the
9-7.
referee. Completely agree.
No way.
Yeah, tough,
It was
but
your bad, Campbell, it was
very
your-
good decision.
It
There's
was your bad shot.
Salazar's done nothing wrong there. He's played his attacking ball. He hasn't left himself in a line to the ball. He's taken the ball to the
9-7.
back of the court. So 9-7. Crucial moments. A lot of mental focus, mental toughness needed here by both players. Oh, very early onto that ball. Very early.
10-7.
Difference there being, of course, that Grayson wasn't in position
Game
when
ball.
Salazar hit the ball very fast, so he could take that chance. And you see Salazar getting onto these balls early and ripping the ball around the court. And that's really penalising Campbell Grayson's mobility.
Left ball. 10-7 from the left ball.
So quite a change around here from a situation where Arturo Salazar literally gave the third game away to the point where he's game ball up in the fourth game and looking pretty spry and operating his game plan of sharpness, twisting and turning, the occasional attacking boast, and once again we see that, you know, Campbell Grayson's on the back foot and he's not able to operate his game plan of the off-pace ball that dies in the back of the court, creating openings for him. So pretty big turnaround.
Game ball.
What a great width and length. Salazar got it back somehow. There's that early short ball trouble.
You think that was a let or no let?
Let. No let. Yours. Wow, well, what a turnaround, ladies and gentlemen, and two really quite thrilling and surprising matches that we've already had this evening. It looked as though Salazar was down and out after he gave the third game away 11-0, didn't seem to be interested in continuing the competition, and now he's come back and he's found his game plan again, those short, sharp changes, and of course Campbell Grayson, who had rectified the situation and stopped going short under pressure and going short too early, again capitulated and played the last few short balls to create the opportunities for Salazar to attack. So both of them have good game plans. Will they be able to operate them effectively in another dramatic fifth game? Here we go. Grayson a little late on court, perhaps doesn't bode well for him taking the initiative. Salazar looking, visually much more upbeat than he has in most of the match, actually. So let's see what happens here. To be honest, I can't give you a prediction. I would sort of give the advantage slightly to Salazar, but I know how many times Campbell Grayson has fought his way out of seemingly difficult situations. He's a very tough character. Yeah, nice use of the wrist there again. Holding it to the last moment gave Grayson no reaction time. Opening salvo to Salazar. Did well to hit that ball. It's a sensible choice. And there we go, seeing Grayson play short pretty early in that rally. Pretty risky there. There's the working boast. Now, that is not sticking to the game plan. Both players obviously very tired. Mental focus, mental fatigue coming in. But again, here we go. It's very premature to be going for that. But you see the sequence again. Once again, Grayson takes the ball early in. Salazar's waiting for it and straight onto it to counterattack. Tremendous pressure on Campbell Grayson. he does best when he really hits the off-speed balls to the back of the court and then gets a loose ball from Salazar. What a nice ball from Salazar. There again, a weighted ball that dies in the back of the court. So 4-1, big start for Salazar. So difficult under pressure in the final game to keep playing long more than your opponent does. But so often that's what's required if you're going to dominate. Playing long but moving up and volleying the ball, the next ball long, not just playing long for long's sake. So on the rack here, Campbell Grayson, but fortunately being helped out by some unforced errors here. He's had the baton handed back to him. Is he going to run with it, or is he going to hand it back to Salazar? Short early again. That time, fortunately, it was tight enough that it gave him that opportunity to attack that wristy cross court, which he did earlier in the match, you saw very effectively.
3-5.
Salazar supporters in the crowd really shouting, "Vamos!" Trying to egg him on, encourage him to believe. Now again, there's two great lengths, building opportunities, but he maybe needed another one. So quick to the front of the court.
6-3.
6-3.
99.99%.
Dangerous times for Campbell Grayson. But once again, the unforced error.
And out, 4-6.
Oxygen breathed anew into the Grayson lungs. Yes, very tentative ball to the front of the court. It's more of a hope. Yeah. Again, punished for that
7-4.
speculative ball, not played early enough to the front of the court, offering Salazar the counterattack opportunity. He's got to keep him deep if he wants to get back into this match for much longer. Deep and early and off speed. Both players jousting well down this backhand wall. There's the deep ball again, but a good one also from Salazar. Got to resist the tendency to try and take that ball in. There's a good ball. A little wrong footing both. Oh, trouble, he didn't get back in position. You're so lucky. So lucky, he's read this well. Great hands.
5-7.
That's some entertainment, folks, because he was on the cusp of falling off the cliff face, and quick turn, quick hands, he survived and prospered. So hanging on here, Campbell Grayson, not entirely persuaded that he's given up on taking that ball in short, desperately too early. Well, there's a couple of times there he's played long instead of going for the short ball.
The ball.
Yeah.
5-7.
Grayson thinks about complaining, then realizes, save my energy and go back into the game plan. Salazar really needing to stick to his game plan and not give anything else away. That's That's got to be a stroke, really, because he's
way,
played it
couldn't
across
play it.
himself.
It was your bad shot. 6-7.
Yeah, I agree with that decision. It just wasn't, again, he didn't think through the consequences to himself. There's a nasty pop out, but finished off with a great lob there. So at the ooh, there's trouble. And a tin. Oh my goodness, because really Campbell Grayson had made the tactical error again, going in short too early, and it was all in Salazar's court there, and he's thrown it away. 7-all, good recovery here by Campbell Grayson. He seems to be working a good game plan, keeping it deep, not going short too early. Off speed again. A great recovery. Oh, very nice. Look at this wrist action here, ladies and gentlemen. Just beautifully whipped and cut. Not much you can do with that severity. And he built his rally opportunity really nicely. So one feels that Grayson's got the theory sorted out and he's now executing pretty well. Salazar, on the other hand, has just forgotten a little bit what he's supposed to be doing. Maybe a little mentally fatigued. But things are close enough that one really good shot or one poor choice could make all the difference. There's that short early ball. Trouble. Oh, well done. Oh, great hands again. Again, this is all in Salazar's court, except no recovery there on that backhand cross court.
Match ball.
So match ball, really well done to wriggle to this point by Campbell Grayson. And it has been a wriggle. There's the attacking shot. That forearm snap.
Match ball.
Still match ball. But really nervous times. Gotta keep thinking. Always a loose ball. That's very close to a stroke. I don't know if it's going to be a stroke. He can play it anytime he wants. And that's a game and match. Salazar's a little disappointed. I'm really sad that he hasn't shaken hands. He needs to come back and shake hands. You know, it was a very good match. You know, sad that it finished like that, but that was absolutely the right decision there. You know, he's played a weak ball down the middle of the court, but he really should shake hands. Credit to both players. They both really thought through their game plans. Disappointed, obviously, that Salazar mailed in the 11-love game, but tremendous tenacity to come back in the fourth, and equally on Campbell Grayson's part, having made the tactical errors, he's rectified the situation and really turned around his game plan. So many congrats to Campbell Grayson, but both players, I think, showing us a wonderful game of squash and a credit to the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we've given you two great matches so far. One can only hope that the next one will be as good. And our next match, I'm just going to look it up here to make sure I get it right here, I believe is our number 6 seed, Vikram Malhotra. And he recently was playing in the US Open. He's had a lot of injuries, but in the US Open, he really demonstrated that he means business, and he was stepping up with the world's best players, and he didn't look out of place at all. Equally, the Portuguese Rui Suarez, he had a fantastic win yesterday against the legendary Cameron Pilley, and although he a number of times made bad decisions and left himself in difficult situations, his retrieving and also his backhand attacking short ball was really beautiful to behold. So quite a match in prospect. Come back and join us in a few minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with our third quarterfinal of the evening between Vikram Malhotra from India, who's in the lighter blue shirt, and also on the left-hand side, Rui Suarez from Portugal. And Rui had this great win in the fifth last night against the legendary Cameron Pilley. And recently in the US Open, our #1 seed, Ryan Koskeli, was the vanquisher of Vikram Malhotra. But Vikram looked every bit the part, and considering he's coming back from injury, I think we're going to see a lot more from this young man. So this proves likely to be a very close match. Here we go. So, opening salvo to Malhotra. He's got a very nice sort of range of shots and twists and works the racket very well around the ball. Quite a wristy player. There's a good example of it where he got down and just a little wrist action to give that loft. And you remember me speaking about Suarez, his backhand can be devastating and sudden and unexpected. Especially from deep, he'll cut it in. So it's 2-love to Vikram Malhotra. Three-love. So good start by Malhotra. First mistake there. And 1-3, Suarez comes in. He needs to kind of imprint himself on this game. Oh, lovely little, very minimalistic weight transfer there, just enough to get the ball up. 2-3. Nice movement off the ball there by Malhotra. You saw the movement and the shot were actually simultaneous, part of and parcel of the same activity. That's what I love to see.
Stroke.
Yeah.
5-2.
There's an example of what we were talking about before. You know, Suarez has hit that shot without thinking about the consequences to him, and he does have a little bit of a habit of doing that. And as he progresses on the tour, I think that you'll see that less and less often. As I mentioned yesterday, he is coached part of the time by Paul Carter, who's a really good match player in his day. I'm sure will help him understand how to make better selections.
6-2. Left side.
Little lethargic there, Suarez,
right side.
after he played the attacking forehand cross court into the front left nick. He wasn't really moving up, like we talked about earlier, to narrow down the angles, and that gave an opportunity to Malhotra to use that wrist to hit that severe cross. Wow. Look at this tight width. That is, as Joey would call it, a squeeze. So 7-2. Predictably, as I said, it was going to be a very close match. It's probably going to be 3-love one way or the other. So that's, in my mind, that's a let ball.
Left side.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's a safety let. He didn't really know where he was. It wasn't that he was actually impinged upon. Now there's that devastating little backhand here. Watch a very short action and then chopped it in there. Yeah, that's a real, you know, weapon, a stinging weapon like a wasp sting. Great little shovel up there, using a little side spin on the ball there by Suarez on the backhand side. And you can see even on that forehand shot, he's put a little side action on the ball and it's come back more towards the sidewall and enough tightness to get the error from Malhotra. So Suarez coming back into it a little bit. Nice little wafty volley. Oh, hello. Now there's a good example of using the right leg under pressure from Suarez. He gets his stability. Let's hope that we haven't got a hyperextended knee here. We've had recent injuries with Malhotra. I hope it's not a reoccurrence of something. Let's watch his right leg. Oh yeah, you can see he did hyperextend it.
You okay, Liga? Use the okay, with the floor, okay. You need your 3 minutes or it's okay?
Well, let's see if he's okay. Probably needs to just jog up and down the court a little bit.
Four, 7.
Okay, he's going to continue without play testing it.
Five.
Crowd applauding
Right
his
side.
sportsmanship.
Rui. Right side.
So Rui coming back
5-7.
to 5-7. Must be mentally a little bit of a distraction for Malhotra, having hurt himself there.
Play let. 5-7. Right side.
He's saying why, but he's hit a loose ball back to himself. I think it's pretty self-explanatory why.
6-7.
Okay, so Malhotra just lost the plot for a second here. You know, he's got to get back into the rhythm that he was playing. There's a nice example of his superior wrist skill and racket head control. Very tight. Good at solid setup. You see that early racket prep, which gives him options. Oh, but there's the wasting again from Suarez. Look at that. That's a weapon. Okay, so Malhotra gives up his lead. Racket face closing there, you can see. And again, that backhand, it's just so sudden that the players don't have reaction time to get going before the ball's gone. 9-8 to Suarez. Great width and length there. Well,
10-8.
so as a genius coach, I would advise Malhotra not to play on Suarez's backhand at this point. Also to stay on his feet a bit more often. Lovely little touches there, and you see how he loaded his legs to push off the ball as he played that last drop shot. So the strength came from his legs, freeing up his arm for the touch. So after a 7-2 lead, Vikram Malhotra falling over, ended up giving the game plan back to Suarez, and he was very grateful and said thank you. Second game coming up.
Sorry? The ranks? I'm not sure. It's like
So, ladies and gentlemen, Suarez from Portugal. Backhand lightning strikes and wasp stings. Wow. Certainly, you can't afford to leave him loose on that side. And it's not just one shot. Twists and turns all over the place. So, game plan, in my mind, for Malhotra is play the forehand side.
Second
Here we
game,
go.
ready to serve, la ball.
I rest my case, ladies and
One
gentlemen.
love.
That's not so much of a wasp sting, but my God. Finesse. I also think that Suarez's athletic posture this evening looks more ready, more assertive, more hungry, more predatory. So I think we may be seeing a great weekend for our Portuguese competitor here. I don't want to speak too soon. Malhotra, as I said, in the US Open was really doing great. But there's an authority about Suarez here.
Thank you. 1-0.
It has to be said, though, that Malhotra lost his way in that first game after hurting himself. And he may well be able to, with his tremendous range and variety of paces and little stroke skills, find a way back and get on even terms. Great athleticism, and again that backhand's so sudden.
No let.
Interesting.
You went to the wrong way. 2-0.
So very dangerous for that extended right leg there.
No, you try to play. I saw you play. 3-2.
So yeah, he definitely interfered with him as he was going to play. So I would have perhaps accepted the let. So again, Suarez, it's this suddenness that he has this ability to hold very, very late, and the opponent just doesn't get enough warning to get the adrenaline released and the reaction moving early enough.
5-2.
So he seems almost casual, but then when he delivers the lightning strike, you just hardly see it even coming. So a little conundrum here for Malhotra. I'm not sure how often they've played before. I should have perhaps checked that head-to-head, but yeah, very interesting.
3-5.
There you see the dexterity of the Malhotra backhand. He has this ability to really use his wrist and forearm and fingers to work the ball around the walls in a very dexterous way.
5-0.
Even there on that backhand, he dropped the wrist but rolled the racket face up the ball. So there's a lot of ball control here. in a different way to Suarez, who's got the sudden explosive strike of the ball. Wow. There it is. Wasp sting.
Out. 6-5.
Ouch. At the moment, unless Suarez has a breakdown, I'm concerned for Malhotra, because he doesn't have a continuous answer to
No.
Suarez, although in that rally he may have shown
Out.
that
6-0.
raising the tempo and denying Suarez enough time to load and strike might be a solution. But I think he's going to have to keep the tempo high and keep Suarez off balance and not enable him to set up his strikes. So he's got to really be straight on the ball right after Suarez hits it
No. No.
if he's going to operate that game plan. Nice width, good target.
7-6.
So nose in front for Vikram Malhotra. He's got to keep that tempo up a little bit more, not let Suarez settle. Keep him busy. Oh, lovely width, tightness. Okay, yeah,
Now,
and again, there's a
7-0.
snap there. It's not the same explosive sting, but it's still a sting. Yeah, good early onto that ball. The game plan that we saw Shah Jahan operate earlier today, where he's constantly onto the next ball and never letting up, that would be, I think, a good system
Hey,
here for Malhotra if he can operate that. There we see the pop out, not moving off the ball early enough. But busy Malhotra here. Yep. Great little battle going on. There's real jousting for dominance.
Play let. 8-7.
Just a safety let. Bit of a concern that he was going to play cross court and may have caught Suarez.
No let. 8-0.
Yeah, he's not quite
It's a good
picked
shot.
up on his radar
8-0.
that the speed of Suarez's shot is going to deny him recovery time. So when he hits his serve, he needs to be that much quicker across, remembering that it's going to be a very quick, sharp return. He's moving across in a habitual manner as if with a player that doesn't have that particular asset. It's a hard lesson to learn and a hard lesson to remember that the definition of a good squash shot is a shot that's relevant at the moment. Not whether it's accurate or well struck particularly, but whether it's relevant to that particular moment in time.
No.
Oh yeah, you can see there was a little bit of labor there and getting up there, and
9-8.
a little tiredness. So good pressure applied by Suarez to the Malhotra body there. Little squeeze boast there off the side wall. It's a great skill.
No.
So yeah, it's a very, very
9-0.
narrow path that Malhotra has got to tread here. He's got to keep the tempo up, but not go so far as to exhaust himself. And equally, Suarez needs to keep severely exploding and twisting and turning. So he's annoyed with himself.
10-9, game ball.
That first short ball wasn't as explosive as the others, and he didn't move up to narrow down the angle with anything like the same enthusiasm. So a game ball to Vikram Malhotra. And a lovely little ball to the back of the court. Pop out, but wasn't taken advantage of. And there we go, game. So it's almost imperceptibly that game slipped away from Suarez, who seemed to be really, walking the same path as he walked in the first game, but a little change in game plan from Malhotra, where he started to quickly jump on the back of each shot that Suarez played. It's remarkable how often that a small game plan change, when consistently conducted, can completely turn a match around. Okay, so 1-1. Really nice change of tactics, and remains to be seen whether Suarez can come back with the urgency and lightning strikes and wasp stings that I described earlier, and simultaneously push up to follow them up in case Malhotra picks them up. Or can Malhotra keep this lovely balance between urgency but not playing desperately long rallies where he's asked to go all over the court, because clearly when he's extended for more than about 15 to 20 shots, he starts to get weary and there's a fatigue sets into his legs and he can't move off the ball. So balance, two tacticians, who can dominate? Let's see.
Things happen. Yes.
So the players returning, honours even, and let's see who can sneak ahead, get their nose in front, and whether they can stay there. Just like to see Suarez a little bit more interested in pushing up aggressively to follow up his attacking strikes. I'm sure that that's something that Paul Carter is going to work with him on, because if he can get the error rate down, he's got such a dangerous game plan. I really feel as though he can start making its presence felt further up these rankings. Good athlete as well, powerful athlete. And equally, I feel as though Malhotra is a very good athlete as well. Loose-limbed, good athleticism, and his stretching ability seems to be very good, except maybe that sort of knee joint is a little bit suspect when he's hyperextended. But there you see he bends very low, and so he can actually pick up a lot of balls because he can athletically bend his torso over so low.
Tail it. Tail it.
This is very close to a stroke.
One love.
Well, you know, he's through, so he should have played that really. So, not sure if,
One love.
you know, the games are beginning to drag on either of these players. They've done quite a lot of work. There again, that nice use of the wrist and fingers, and on the backhand side, Malhotra just
Two love.
using that dexterous change of redirect of the ball. Didn't actually pay for it with footwork, but his wrist skills are so good that it doesn't seem to affect him too badly. Nice cut, a nice little topspin there. Oh. So again, Malhotra keeping Suarez working pretty well. You know, there's this kind of frenetic energy, like busy, 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 busy. Oh, that's close to a stroke. Very close to a stroke because, well, you know, I take that back. Because Suarez was so late recovering, Malhotra's movement was made to look as though he was in the line, but the line Suarez was coming from was over the service box there on the right-hand side, so that's not a natural line. Nice tightness. There's that snap. Well read by Malhotra, got up there, Will. Okay, that was dangerous, he could have given a stroke away there. Okay, let's hold this, and there's that dexterous wrist skill, really severely getting the racket face to guide the ball right across the face of the front wall. So good start here for Malhotra, and maybe just a shade of weariness from Suarez. So there was a little bit of a question on one of these balls earlier. Just feel a little lethargy creeping into Suarez's attitude. I just don't see him being as predatory as he was before. He's sort of keeping up, but not really hunting to get ahead, and that's a dangerous attitude in this sport.
No let. In doubt, 1-4.
Yeah, he quit too early. He should have gone and got that ball. So as if responding to my comment, Suarez is looking a little bit more sprightly and interested in taking the ball early than he was in this rally. And he was slow going up there. Very slow. There's a hesitation. See how he stopped after he hit the post and then decided to recover. You can't do that. You have to move up immediately, not even immediately, with your shot. Immediately is afterwards, and that's too late. It has to be simultaneously with your shot, and you certainly can't stop to spectate.
2-5.
Yep, there you go. There's still a few stings left in that wasp stinger. 2-5. Okay, that's impatience. You know, he's in control of that rally, and he's trying to do too much. Give himself a smack on the backside for that.
3-5. No. And now 6-3.
little fatigue, you know, mental, if not physical. He does do that little, almost non-swing on the drop shot very well. Now, you see the predatory instincts aren't there. He is barely keeping up with the rally instead of trying to stay ahead of the rally. Keeping up is a good way of coming second.
8-3.
8-3 Malhotra. Yeah, and definitely sensing
9-3.
that sort of apathy slash fatigue in Suarez is just not able to get in position before Malhotra plays his shots.
10-3, game ball.
Game ball, Malhotra.
Stand out.
Yeah.
4-10.
But you can never assume that that sting isn't coming.
5-10.
I am not a nicknamer of squash players. I don't have that ability. That's Joey and PJ's skill. But if I was, the Portuguese Hornet would be something that I would start addressing Mr. Suarez with. He's even got the black and yellow lines on him today.
6-10, game ball.
Still in it, game ball to Malhotra.
Up.
And there's
Game to Vikram.
the third game. So, yeah, a little loss of speed and the predatory instinct there from Suarez. Came back a little bit towards the end, but maybe the fatigue of a tremendous match yesterday beginning to be seen in these legs. But of course, you know, this is what happens on the PSA World Tour, that, you know, your competitive matches are often also your training matches, and those miles that he put into his legs yesterday, beating Cameron Pilley, may not be able to help him today, but I certainly think that they will help him as he progresses up the rankings, and I'm sure that we will see matches in this stage of a tournament where he maintains those predatory instincts and has the physical and mental strength to keep going. So 2-1 Malhotra, credit to him, because he determined the game plan that would work and really executed it well, and he has really not let up on Suarez at all. He's been on his back, he's been taking the oxygen away from him, he's hassling him, and Suarez has not been able to settle for very long at all. So 2-1 Malhotra.
Fourth game. Vikram to serve.
So,
Bravo.
fourth game, Malhotra in charge at the moment, but not by a hell of a lot. Nice little boast there. Ooh, now there you go. He didn't think that through, did he? He's only thinking about winning.
Now,
He's not
one
thinking
love.
about defending. Stay alive. First rule of survival.
Play led. You're led.
Very close to a stroke there. And again, here's another example of,
One love.
you know, Suarez does tend to play these shots with a view to what he's doing to his opponent, forgetting how it's going to leave him. But one love.
Two love.
Beautiful. Look at this little, wrist, fingers, and particularly the thumb in there, touching that ball. You know, the translation of sensation from the racket tip into the thumb, very, very skilled.
And out.
Equally for
1-2.
Malhotra, that backhand carving the racket face around the back of the ball to get that slice, carving the ball into the sidewall. And again, there it is, not quite as tight.
Play led. 1-2.
You know, really, Malhotra has himself to blame there because he didn't play the ball tight enough, and he's really lucky to get away with it. That's going to be a stroke, I think.
2-all.
Yeah, I think that's a little weariness on Suarez's part, and a couple of times I've seen him facially looking a little bit sluggish.
And out. 3-2.
Okay, trying to artificially foreshorten the rally from the back of the court. Probably not his best move when he's had such success, you know, being frenetic and busy and hassling his opponent.
Four two.
Lovely little cross drop, and you see how low he got there. Got his body weight and his eye level really low down to the ball. 4-2, little lead. So I think Malhotra temporarily seems to have forgotten his game plan here, and he's not buzzing around trying to out-busy the Hornet here. He's starting to try and sort of play some finite shots, which I'm not sure is in his best interest.
And out. 3-4.
Okay, 3-4. See if the game plan comes in here. What he was doing well is whatever Suarez did, he was on to the next ball early, so that he was just constantly buzzing around him, not giving him time to settle. That's better. He's on him a little bit earlier there. Just watching Suarez off the ball, though, he does look a little bit more poised, a little bit more physically strong. Good wrist still there. Ooh, that's close to a stroke. Ooh, very close. Well, that was a good length. It's all the way to the back of the court. But yeah, that was a good little competition
3-4.
there. A couple of sort of middleweight boxers exchanging jabs there. Busy work. Nice wrong footer. You see how late he was recovering
4-0.
there? So he actually wasn't poised waiting for Malhotra's shot. He was still recovering from his own shot. And if you watch Ali Farag, it's almost impossible to hit the ball before he's ready for you to hit the ball, which is why he is doing so well.
5-4.
Apart from his racket skills, he just, in terms of the equation of squash, the equation always is being worked in his favour. What I mean by the equation of squash is very simple. When you hit the
6-4.
ball, you have to make sure that the ball takes longer to get to your opponent than you take to be ready for your opponent to hit it. If you hit it faster than your own ability to get into position, you're not doing very good squash math. Nice extension there by Malhotra. And
They led.
so, yeah,
6-4.
difficult one because Rui has hit that straight topspin drop shot and then moved off the ball. Meanwhile, Malhotra wants to come in while Suarez wants to come out. Now, if Suarez had started coming out before he hit the ball, then there would have been a lane. Again, subtlety, difficult to see in the spur of the moment, which is why it's so difficult to referee this game. Nice movement off the ball. God, he does have a lovely little touch here. Watch him work his racket face inside out
Now,
there.
5-6.
So he rolled the racket face around the inside of the ball. Often he goes the other way to get the side and top spin around the outside of the ball. So lovely, imaginative control of the ball and the racket face.
They led.
That is very close to a
5-6.
stroke. See where this ball lands? 1, 2, right in the middle of the service box. If he tried to make a full swing, it would
5-6.
hurt him.
Just led. 5-6.
1, 2.
It's not a bad shot.
It would have behooved Malhotra to have gotten his racket up and shown that he was ready to play. So, a little daylight here.
7-5.
7-5. Yeah.
8-5.
Just a little fatigue, just playing, you know, the short ball under pressure instead of rebooting the rally, rebuilding the rally. 8-5. Yeah, quite a sort of tired movement to the back of the court there by Suarez.
And out.
But
6-8.
managed to hold on and hit a very nice width and length there.
6-8.
No matter what the outcome of this match, you know, I think we're definitely going to see Suarez moving up the rankings, you know, and the miles he's put in his legs and the
No.
understanding he's put in the
7-8.
bank of experience this weekend, I think is going to put him in very good position. He's not done yet. But as I say, I really do think he's got great assets, and if he can improve his decision-making process and really continue to improve that amazing match fitness that's required to play at the highest level,
8-0.
I think there's no limitation to what he could possibly do. And he's come back here, so I don't want to write him off too soon. Malhotra sort of losing his way a little bit with his game plan. He's not quite hustling as well as he was. What a great little touch. Still alive. That one step.
And out. 9-8.
Very, very tight. Very tight. Not sure that the beneficiary of winning that point was necessarily Malhotra. I think he's sort of grateful to win that point. I'm not sure if he's in position to capitalize on it. We'll see. There's that wasp sting. And again. Oh, look at that.
And out. 9-0.
Absolutely almost no backswing. Just a vicious chop. 9-all in the balance. Tightness. A little risky from the back of the court by Malhotra, but pays the price.
And out.
That was very
10-9.
close to being up. Very
Match ball.
close to being up. So a match ball hasn't come a moment too soon for Malhotra, I suspect. Beautiful little touch. Yeah, he should have got distracted because he thought that was not good, but he got to stay in the game. Hold, nice width, a good recovery. Oh, here we go, the snap, back wall boast, and good hands. Still in it, both of them. Lovely snap. Oh, yes. Short arm. Look at those fingers. You can see him caress that ball towards that nick. That was delicate touch, great balance. That's a great match, and as I said previously, we will see more of Rui Suarez. If I could pronounce his name, it would help. But he's definitely going to be a coming player. Credit to him and credit to his coach. They've definitely got something going here, and it's exciting to see where it goes to. Equally, Vikram Malhotra coming back from injury, demonstrating that he is a quality player, bright player. You know, he's recognized the Suarez challenge, and he's come up with a game plan to counter it. Basically stopped playing to that backhand at the rate that he was playing, and you know, by hustling and taking the ball a little bit earlier, Malhotra was able to take away the time needed to be able to set up to have the Portuguese Hornet sting him, and he's neutralized that, and that's the mark of a great tactician, to see what needs to happen, and not only that, to execute it. So we have one more match to come this evening, which will feature number 2 seed Adrian Waller, the great English player who's got a record of long, hard matches, but also fantastic racket skill. He's got a devastating left-handed flick across the court, and also left-handed, matching up with him, our own United States champion Chris Hansen. So that's coming up here just in a few minutes. See you then. So, ladies and gentlemen, on to our last match of the evening. And Adrian Waller, wonderful top English squash player. And Coach Paul Carter is double teaming us this evening because not only is he Rui Suarez coach along with Adam Fuller, but he's also Adrian Waller's coach. So congrats to Coach Carter by getting his players through. I think they had a little to do with it themselves. And on the other side of the court, we've got our US national champion, two-time national champion, former Dartmouth College player, Chris Hansen, and his coach, another former world-class player, in fact a world champion, Rod Martin. So both lefties, interesting game in prospect. I would say that Waller has got the greater range of shots and dexterity, and so Chris Hansen has got a task to be able to keep the ball tight enough and get himself into position to be able to cover the variety of shots. And it's a tough ask. Waller really is one of the world's great players, but obviously that's what Chris Hansen is all about, is putting himself in these situations and challenging himself. So looking forward to it. So far this evening, we haven't had a single short match. It probably means that I'm jinxing Chris here. I hope not. But every match has been really competitive, and I'm looking forward to some attractive squash. As I said, I think we'll see Waller's range of shots. The one little gap in his armory that I have seen is that Waller occasionally, after he's hit the ball, has a moment of hesitation or downtime where he's not connected with the ball. And if Hansen could get in really early, immediately after Waller has played the shot, there may be some opportunities there. But anyway, last match of our quarterfinals here at the LifeTime $30,000 PSA Chicago Open, and really looking forward to it. Join you back in a moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Steve, my technical director, is still away, so we're going to have a little musical accompaniment until the beginning of the match. Not sure what Chris Hansen's game plan is going to be here. I think solid, fundamental quality to the back of the court will be the beginning. Thank you. So a little bit of pressure there immediately from Waller. And I think Chris's challenge is that while he is fundamentally very sound, Waller is extremely sound. And so just playing shot for shot up and down the wall is a problem, because I think just at this world-class level, Waller is that much more precise, even though Chris is our US champion. So some imagination required here by Mr. Hansen. Whether he's going to play the lob game, because he has got a beautiful lob, and start really taking that ball up in the air to give himself time, I'm not sure, but we shall see. There you see that backhand wrist of Waller's. It's very explosive. And as we've been saying the last couple of days, when these players have these unique, explosive techniques, the reaction time available is just so limited. Very nice. Quality width and length. You can see at the moment Waller looking very, very poised, very balanced, and he's got a good little curve in his body that demonstrates that hunting attitude.
Stroke. And out.
Well, little uncharacteristic loose ball down the middle of the court from Waller, and that gets Chris Hansen on the board. Nice hunting attitude from Hansen. And very nicely set up. Gets himself 90 degrees and pushes off the ball as he hits it, so he can deliver that slingshot of energy. Good wrist skill there from Hansen. Good width and length.
Stroke.
Yeah, that's a stroke there, unfortunately.
5-2.
Chris didn't realize that his ball caught the sidewall there. So 5-2 Waller. Nice little carved in ball there from Chris. And again, nice faded into the sidewall a little bit there on that drop shot, and that one. If I sound biased, I apologize. But he's our American champion. I want the best for him. But there, lovely little touch there. You saw Waller using the very, very tip of his racket, which equates to the tip of his fingers, where most of the fine control nerve endings are. Beautiful touch. An interesting little
3-6.
ingenuity there, but this time it goes down. I'm really appreciating Chris Hansen's physical attitude and position when he's waiting for Waller to hit the next ball. He's hunting, good predatory attitude. And he's worked the big man quite well with that boast there. Oh, it's unlucky. Very slightly closed the racket face. And actually, more importantly, didn't follow through far enough. Very good hold. Yeah, he takes the pace off that ball very well, Adrian Waller. There's that little deceptive backhand. You just don't know what he's going to do with it until he delivers it. Nice setup. Yeah, and he rolls that little wrist around the corner there. He likes that little shot. I saw him doing it earlier today in practice. And although the racket rolled, you saw his legs work, so his whole body weight was used to flow through the ball.
(9-3).
All right, Chris a little bit surprised there, a little upright. 9-3. At the moment, Chris finding it difficult to find a way of getting any discomfort in the big Englishman. Nice little top and side spin. Good reach. Good width and length by Chris. Well played. He, built a very nice position there and was able to capitalize on the basis of that very good width and length. Good, sound, basic squash, well executed. And I don't want to make it sound as though it's simple, or the word basic means that it's not complex. Nick Matthew was the greatest exponent of basic squash that I've ever seen, and if he didn't get his setup exactly at 90 degrees, he was absolutely horrified. The basic players of the game of squash are the best players sometimes. The world champion at setting up is usually one of the world's top 2 or 3 players. Now little technical deficiency there by Waller. He's dropped his racket and he's gone straight at the ball instead of getting his feet around the side. Too little, too late, I suspect, but there you go. You've got to take what you can. Good setup, good wrist. Again, that little shovelly boast that he does on the forehand side.
6-10, left side.
As he rotates forwards when
right
he executes that shot, he closes the racket face. And so I always advise people to keep facing the impact point and move off the ball backwards instead of rotating forwards.
Out. 7-10.
Good comeback here by Chris Hansen. Making Waller really honest here. And, we saw this yesterday, that big frame that Waller has is, cumbersome when picking up the well-played, working, attacking boast. 8-10 come back. Nice weighted length by Wara. And again, that short arm swing. Too
Game.
comfortable.
11-8.
But well done, Chris Hansen, coming back in there, because he was at 10-5 looking like it was good night nurse, and he's made his opponent work that much harder. And as we've said several times over the last few days, when you're the lesser player, you know, rolling over and dying is just going to encourage a top level player. Whereas if you are a fly in the ointment of their world, you can suddenly see them crack, and they get irked by the fact that they're having to work to get past the lesser ranked player. So credit to Chris Hansen, he hasn't just rolled over and died. He said, you want me, you're going to have to finish it off. Second game coming up. Okay, so just in case I am demeaning a player as wonderful as Chris Hansen, I
Second
want to make
game.
sure that people understand
Level.
that I don't mean that he's a lesser player, but a lower ranked player. Obviously, the training that he's done and the achievements that he has to his name are extraordinary. And again, I apologize for sounding as if I'm looking down on these players. My attitude is always, you know, no
One
matter
love.
whether it's the best player in the world or a beginner, how can I help them get better? I take the attitude as if I was coaching them. I know I'm not, and that Rod Martin is his wonderful coach, but I still have a great affection and
1-0.
hope for Chris Hansen. And I think he's acquitting himself very well against one of the world's top players here. Let's see if he can continue to do so. He's playing the quality length, which is, you know,
2-1.
pressurizing this great player from England. Well done.
3-1.
He's making him work. He's making him pay the price. He's giving him nothing cheap. Little loss of width
And
there on
out.
that cross court.
2-3.
Generally, playing cross court under pressure is always risky. It's difficult to get the width across to the other side wall when you are not balanced. Just playing short too early. We've seen that from a couple of players this evening. And you have to
3-0.
really keep going long until it's clear that the opponent is out of position, and then you can go short. Going short just because it's loose doesn't work against players of this caliber. It's unfortunate.
Stroke.
Didn't quite get his set
4-3.
up to the same quality as he usually does. He's gone straight at that ball instead of getting his hips turned and getting 90 degrees to where he wanted it to go. But he's still here. 4-3, very good start. Beautiful setup. And he's making him work. Great wrist from Waller. Lovely touch. Oh,
Hand out. 4-0. Let ball. 4-0.
okay, so definitely in a game here. Waller knows that nobody's going to give him anything here.
4-0.
He's going to have to get down and dirty. Nice little cut there. Yeah, he's again
You don't
gone
move
in
quick
very open-chested here.
5-4.
And he's dragged his racket face across the ball so it's come back into the middle of the court. Fundamentals so key if you're going to play precise down the sidewall. Well, I said at the beginning I wasn't sure of what tactics would benefit Chris against Waller, and I think it's been clear that his tactics have been to play good length and patiently stick with it, and he's certainly done pretty well out of that. Beautiful little shot, lovely little cut here. Sees the loose ball and he's
Hand out.
set himself
5-0.
up perfectly. Cross court again, a little suspect. When he plays that backhand cross court, he's got to find the side wall.
Still that. 5-0. Left side.
5-all. At this point, I'm sure Waller is just thinking that if he perseveres, eventually he will come through. But of course, now there's a better width. He didn't quite get it to the side wall, much better though. But I'm sure, if Chris can do the same, it would at the very least become very competitive. And again, as I said about Rui Suarez, matches like this aren't
6-5.
just about this match. They're about where you want to go, putting money in the bank of your future. Waller has got a tremendous reach on that forehand side, so it is tough to get a ball either over or round the side of him. There's one. Well done. A little risky going short with that boast so early. Lovely topspin. Well done. Well done. Again, I apologize for my bias, but we are in America,
6-0.
and this is the American champion.
I think it was
Well, I'm
good
not
shot.
sure about this because it's stayed very tight. So I can't see how it could
7-6.
possibly be a stroke.
Right side.
And in fact, it's not. I think it's 7-6. Yeah, that's right. Well played, Chris. Good hands. Good tight ball from Waller there. And returned by Chris. Little pop out. Still didn't manage to get it to the sidewall before Waller volleyed it.
He wants to get the ball in the middle.
This is a great asset that Waller has.
It's a good
He
shot,
is
but he
so
wants to
good
get the
at
ball
cutting
in the
that
service
ball
box,
off.
and you don't really clear. I think his shot was not great, but he didn't move. He didn't move from yesterday. Yeah. 7-6.
So, yeah, Chris did watch his shot after he'd hit it.
7-6.
So he's a bit lucky to get away with that. He needed to be moving off that ball. Yeah, see how he moved off that ball. Beautiful. So there's a pop out, and yeah, it's probably,
The ball came to you.
it's got to be a stroke,
You're in
really.
his swing.
It's just a
completely.
poor shot, and if Waller had made a full
7-0.
swing, he would have hit Chris, so it's no good. But 7-all, still in it. I feel as though Chris's backhand side is very competitive with Waller's backhand side, more than his forehand side. So I have a feeling, oh, don't go short too early. I have a feeling he might be well advised to really play the main part of the match down the backhand side, because he seems to do well in that competition. Well played, well read. See how he's narrowed down the angles here? Good old
And
soccer
out,
goalkeeper.
8-7.
Yeah, 8-7, you know? Well done. That's a ball that he's managed to get to the back without Waller volleying. That's a great thing. Lovely little sharp punch. And another one. Just getting that cross court much better. Not that time. Oh, that's stroke all day long.
8-0. Stroke.
He's back straight back into him. He had to get his feet round and
8-0.
move off into the middle as he hit the shot. 8-all. Good width and length. Look at that faded ball into the side
And
wall.
out. 9-8.
And again, the great width. A very good length by Waller there. That little closed face boast, that time he didn't drag it into the tin. Not sure that Chris warrants
I'll give you less
anything
this
here.
time, but you have to go. You kind of have a line. You went into his body.
Referee has given him a let this time,
Good.
in quotes.
I honestly think you can go left. There is a line on the left. Like that. 9-8. Left side.
So Chris 9-8 up. Very nice width and length, Adrian Waller. Waller nearly lost
9-0.
his balance there, but you know, he was able to recover and hit that half volley. Great little punch down the sidewall. Just, you take your opponent's time away so effectively if you can half volley the ball. Tight. Nice cut. Nice cut back.
You read it.
So
You read the ball. He was just behind you. No, before you had a line, he didn't have a line at all. at all.
So I feel as though Adrian Waller
But he
was
was just
late
behind you
recovering, and
before you
I
had the line to
mentioned
look the ball.
yesterday he sometimes has this little habit
I
of
don't-
hitting the
yeah, I don't
shot,
think it was the same.
and there's a kind of absent
10-9.
moment. If you watch, he stays there, and then he
Game
moves
ball.
up, and I think that contributed. I think that contributed to the interference, and I'm not sure that I would
And
have
out,
given a stroke
10-0.
10 all, 10-9. 10 all. Okay. Half length. Nice. Good wrist skill. And again, sudden explosive wrist skill there from Waller. Moved off that ball nicely. More prompt moving up there, Waller. Tightness there. Nice shot, Chris. Didn't get the width. Yeah, he's a little disappointed with that. You know, he was
11-10
in
game
it
ball.
until he went for that boast, and it was just because he was not in position early enough to hit the ball straight. I feel as though Chris Hansen's game plan is pretty good. Executing it has to be at the highest level.
11-0.
So 11 all. Yeah, let's see the little head shake there from Adrian Waller. You know, because the lower ranked player is making the higher ranked player earn his place, and they don't like doing that. That's beautifully played.
12-11. Game ball.
12-11.
Game.
The game to
13-11.
Adrian Waller.
2 love.
13-11. But, you know, close game, you know. Perhaps belying the difference in ranking there. And I really feel as though Chris made Adrian really have to work for it, because he adopted a great game plan and he executed it well. His fundamentals generally were very, very good. A couple of open-shouldered shots that he hit, you know, in the front corner and dragged the ball back towards himself. But you saw the little head shake from Adrian Waller. You know, he's not happy. He's not happy on a Friday night of the tournament in the quarterfinals to be made to work this hard, and you know, that's what working your way up the game, up the rankings, becoming a experienced long-term player is about, is making these good guys
5K in
have to
Barbados.
earn it, and occasionally,
2 weeks.
you know, when they don't want to earn it,
I'll
they'll
leave
crack,
on
and you'll
Sunday.
get the odd win.
Sunday. I'll be here.
Okay, again, my
Not yet. Maybe I'll go
beloved
tomorrow
wife Pat
downtown.
Millman is at home,
Nice.
telling me that I've got to stop being so biased, and you're right. I'm commentator here on an international tournament. There are no nationalities, and Adrian Waller is a fantastic player, and I really enjoy watching him play. So please excuse the bias towards our US national champion. I will try and be more even-keeled. Back in a moment.
Time.
So Chris is going to be in trouble. He's linked back on court. And again, you know, the professional referees are a little sharper on the maintenance of the decorum of the game, and I do
Third
feel as
game.
though as the game
Adrian leads
progresses
2 games
over the
to
next,
love all.
30, 50 years, that putting money into the training of referees and, maintaining levels of excellence, like golf does, like rugby does, will benefit our sport. And here we go, 2-love down, by no means embarrassed at all, in it completely. There's again that backhand cross court that is a little bit loose, did well to recover there. But yeah, it just needs a little more wrist getting that ball severely wide, because Waller's volleying ability is superb on that forehand side. It's very difficult to play a ball that he can't cut off. Nice poise from Waller on his defensive position here, waiting for Chris's next shot. So for a big man, he really does have that athleticism, live athleticism, and there's a readiness about him. He's looking for trouble, looking for opportunity and trouble.
1-2.
Slightly overhit. There's that lovely wrist again. He really can whip it across, get a severe angle. Love it. Absolutely beautiful.
3-1.
Watch him hold this and then sudden delivery. Chris managed to get a stumble out of him there, but in the last game,
4-1.
Hansen really delivered quality length and kept Waller pinned down a lot of the time. This game, Waller's managed to get out of the jail at the back of the court, and Chris is giving him more freedom.
5-1.
I'm reminded of Jimmy Cagney, the great film actor, and his line, "Never give a sucker an even break." In squash, you just never want to give your opponent a free hit of the ball, and it's the same concept.
2-5.
If you put the ball on the sidewall, they are limited. But there was a little wrist action from Chris Hansen to match Waller's wrist action. So nice little
3-5.
comeback, 3-5. Mini recovery here. There's a nice little topspin. A number of occasions that I think Waller hasn't expected such an excellent return from Chris and has been caught out.
And out. 6-3.
You saw there Chris's foot was still off the floor when he tried to hit that volley, so there's no stability, and that's why he's tinned it. So 6-3. Yeah, the departure from
7-3.
the solid quality down the lines there didn't benefit Chris at all. Good width. Yeah, very nice. See that width and length there.
Now 4-7.
As long as he keeps asking questions, he's going to get results, even though Adrian Waller is a world-class player. Nice half volley. Ooh. Now that's where I'd like to see him stick with the patience, which has really benefited him up until this point. 8-4, sort of thing slipping away. Adrian Waller looking a little more dominance, and you can see his confidence is coming up here. Waller beginning to move like a man who's really getting ready
9-4.
to go through to challenge to win this tournament. He's not just doing enough to get by now, he's looking to dominate.
10-4. Game and match ball.
So there it is.
Match.
You know,
3-love.
dominant performance by Adrian Waller in this third game, but a very, very good performance by Chris Hansen in the first and second game, and I felt he executed his game plan really very, very well, and you know, he just didn't let Waller, the number 2 seed, have his own way, made him pay for it, made him earn it, and that's what you have to do as a lower ranked player, and that's the best chance you've got of breaking through, is look for those opportunities when a higher ranked player gets frustrated that they're not making the progress they want to make, and they drop their guard, and that's when you can break through. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our quarter-final matches for this evening. I think you'll agree we had some great games. You know, the first 2 matches both into the 5th, and even the last match there, Chris Hansen really exacted a price in the second game, only losing it 13-11. So tomorrow we have our semi-finals, just 2 of them, and I hope that you'll join us for those. Again, if you have an opportunity to go to the LifeTime Facebook page, please do so and send in some questions, and you can see the interviews with the players there. But otherwise, for now, from myself and Steve Lowe, our director here, I'm Richard Millman, signing off from the LifeTime Chicago $30,000 PSA event. Good night.